Hello. What's up, everybody? Brainy, Hubs, Rasta, welcome in, and Roger Wilco. Thank you for the sub to Luminar. Thank you for paying forward the one you got from Bip, sorry. Bip, Chirp, Were. Brought me back to this game. Danke. Bitte. You're welcome. Yes. Hope you enjoy your time again with it. I don't know what if you're like doing tower runs or whatever you're doing, but yeah. Hope you have a wonderful time with it, and well, thank you for thank you for throwing one our way. Appreciate it, dude. Up $10. Welcome in. Hope everyone's doing well on this beautiful Thursday. I think that's it. I think this is the final Returnal stream. 25. Almost a month of this crazy adventure. I think this is going to be the last. I'm not sure yet, but all signs in the game point to this is it. Let's get in the game and see where we stand. We have one hospital scene to check. When we defeated Algos again, Celine told us that she fought so hard for so long. There must be more in the hospital. I have to go there again. That's what she said. And yeah. So let's see what's there, and then I don't know. If it feels like that's it, I guess what I'm gonna do is if I think that's it, like if it feels done, I'll do one more go around my files and maybe, you know, try to get a sense of the overall story on my own one last time. And then we'll open up the conversation. And while we do that, I'm thinking that I'm going to go fight Hyperion one more time, at least. I want to get one final Hyperion fight in tonight. I can't not go there again. It's just way too beautiful. Part of me would, you know, hunt for those last final ciphers. But I think it's gonna be more tedium than anything else. There's quite a few of them. Like if there was one left, maybe I'll hunt. I would hunt for it. But there's quite a few. That's multiple runs of, you know, attempting to get them. That might be something I do on my, you know. I'm sure I'm gonna still wanna play the game. So I'll probably do that on my own time, out of stream and everything, and I'll update you if I find something super interesting at one point. But Hope, thank you for 4 months. How are you doing, man? I saw you were dipping your toes in Age of Empire yesterday. How was that? How's everything? Life's good? Alright, let's go. Man, I am... Okay, let's see. Part of me... There's a part of me that almost wants to do a little cheeky tower run before we get in the thing. You know, just to get the stream going and get some action. Feels weird to go straight into the fucking hospital scene, right? A little bit of 1v1 rank to get back into it. Won every game, so I'm high on that. Nice. Currently playing through FF14 with the missus. And doing Neo 2 in your spare time. How's Neo 2 treating you? I only played the first one, which I enjoyed quite a bit, but... yeah. I wasn't too enthralled by it, I guess would be the word, but... You're hyped for the hospital scene? Yeah, me too, me too. I'm excited, but... Let me check something. I wasn't too keen on Neo in general. I liked playing the first one for as much as I did, but I never was driven to finish it, and I was wondering how Neo 2 was treating you. I hear it's a bit better than the first one, but I don't know if it's that different. I like the Wolong demo quite a bit more than I thought I would. It took a bit to grow on me, but by the time I was done with the Wolong demo, I was pretty happy with it. Oh yeah? What's different about it, would you say? What makes you feel this way about Neo 2? Again, I haven't played it. I don't know what's different or... I mean, Right. I get it. Alright. Hey, it sounds pretty good, if you ask me, you know. I never quite paid attention to her face when... She's so well animated, even when we, you know... Crazy. She's so well fucking animated every time. I never noticed really the facial animations while you're just moving around, but... Yo, Nova! What's up? Welcome in. Good day, good day. Thank you for the raid. Welcome everyone from Nova. What's up, Seth, Toxic, Luminar, who just copped a sub earlier. Jib Janine, I guess, yeah. Bloodsky, good to see you. Div, welcome in. What's what were you I didn't see you when I woke up earlier. What were you playing today? Let's see. Are you still appearing? Yeah, Slime Ranger 2. Yeah, you're still appearing in my follower follower view there. Slime Ranger. Slime. Did I say Slim? Slime Ranger 2. How is that? What is that? Is that a Harvest Moon type thing? Except with you, like you grow, you have like little slimes and, you know. What's up, Bloodsky? Been a while. Love the mustache. Seems to be coming along. Yeah, it's been growing for almost 4 months now. In a couple, well, yeah, in like a couple weeks, it will have been 4 months. It's growing, it's getting there. If you guys excuse me for a second, I need to do something real quick. I'll be right back. Nova, tell me all about Slime Rancher. Everyone, I'm sorry, I'll be there in literally 20 seconds. Not even. There. Thank you for your patience. Appreciate it. Alright. I had made a terrible mistake in that I didn't change my t-shirt. I was with a relaxed t-shirt, not a work t-shirt, which are very different t-shirts. But anyway. Hey, Luminar, thank you for continuing the gift sub you just got from Roger Wilco. Appreciate that. I guess you're... I don't know how that works. I guess you're on for 2 months now? I have no idea how that stuff works. Like, I don't know if it adds to it or whatever. I just... Hopefully that's how it works. Gotta catch the slimes, feed them what they like. You can merge them with, to make dual slimes. There's a hidden story to go and find. Nice. So like a... Yeah, like a... breeding slimes type thing. Like Chocobo farm except with slimes. Very cool. Is it in the actual Dragon Quest universe or... Because like slimes to me immediately make me think of Dragon Quest, right? But... What's up, Shepherd? I do have work outfits, their pajamas, double as work attire. Oh, I mean, I have my relaxed t-shirts that are overly large and you know, like, just very relaxed. And honestly in a bit of a terrible shape because I have them for years. The one I was just wearing was the Man vs. Game original Castlevania t-shirt, if you remember, if you know which one I'm talking about. It has holes everywhere, it's horrible. And then I have my proper black tees, you know, like the work ones, like the ones that I would go out with if I needed to go to the grocery store or something, you know, like they're new, they're tight, beautiful, so you know. So yeah, I had to change. I didn't feel good. I didn't know why. I didn't feel so comfortable. That was the reason. I needed the proper work attire, you know. Oh yeah, Nova. Yeah. Migraine. I'm prone to migraines myself. I feel you there. I'm sorry. That's something you have to go through. I'm very lucky that I know exactly what triggers my migraines. For me, it's the irregular sleep schedule. Like if I'm off the hours that I usually, like if I change my sleep schedule or if I'm a few hours off here and there for a few days, I can't have a weird schedule for more than 2 days and then not start getting a migraine. Every time it happens. So I have to be pretty regular with my sleep and then it's okay. But yeah. Yeah, what were you, I don't remember. You were starting something the other day. Or you were doing something or finishing something, but I can't remember what it was. There's so many fucking people doing great shit. I can't. What games were you starting or finishing the other day? I can't remember. Tunic, yes. Oh my god, of course. Tunic yesterday you started. I can't watch, unfortunately, because I can't spoil myself on that experience, but I've heard from it. I've heard of it by Casey, now Brendan, B-Son, is already starting to gush over it, even though he played like 4 hours of it only. It's... I can't wait to get in there myself. Probably very late this year or early next year. Wait, are we in October already? Probably early next year, yeah. I'm not sure yet, but it's gonna be a thing. But anyway, tonight is my final Returnal stream. I'm pretty sure it's gonna be the finale. We have one more of those hospital scenes to do. I'm thinking of doing a little run. I want to do some gameplay before I go into this. I might do a cheeky, you know, tower run. I do like the tower, and I do want to get one more run, I think, before I get to the hospital. Because I'm fairly sure that I'm not gonna have any more objectives after that. And I'm a bit scared. But I know what, you know, what I know what we're gonna do. There's a lot of theories to talk about, and it's gonna be interesting. What's up, Johnny Utah? You're enjoying Cult of the Lamb. I haven't played that. I've seen some people play it, and it looks really fun. Especially with, like, the Twitch integration is really cool. I think it's sort of the type of Twitch integration that I kind of like. Like, it's not too invasive, but it still makes people feel included. I would love for a game like XCOM to have Twitch integration like that. Like, people could enlist to be part of your soldier without you having to manually do everything, you know? Imagine how great that would be. People could create their own appearance beforehand, and then they get pulled from a pool of soldiers when you recruit a new one, or you can maybe even pick them yourself based on their stats or whatever. That would be great. Honestly, I would love that. Yeah, Firaxis, if you're watching this, XCOM 3, you know what to do. I'm gonna get hit. Oh my god. Yeah, Cult of the Lamb is pretty great how it does it. I didn't find the Algos level infinite, but we killed Algos level 3 again, which I think is final form. And as soon as I defeated it, Celine started talking, and she was like, "Oh, I fought so hard. There must be a reason for it. There must be more or something." And then she said, "I must go to the hospital once again, or one more time." I think is the way she phrased it. And so yeah, I'm thinking this might be our last hospital visit, you know? I thought I was done, honestly, with the hospital. Like, the last scene was... I mean, it was not very conclusive, but... I don't know, it didn't look like there was gonna be more, and then suddenly, you know... Now we're invited again, so... What a fucking absolute carnage of a room. I wish I had the electroshock here, but... Shock stream or whatever it's called. You finished Cult of the Lamb? I didn't know there was an ending to it. I thought it was a, you know, open-ended roguelike, but... Oh, absolutely. Nova, please, take care of yourself. Thanks again for the raid. And everyone from Nova, you know, if you don't know me yet, you haven't heard of me, which is very possible. Daniel, published writer and streamer from Switzerland, and I like to play games slowly. Is one of my, you know, it's part of my brand, I guess. I tend to play games slowly because I like to go pretty in depth and take it all in. Just take my time with them. This is our 131 with Returnal, if I'm not mistaken. So yeah, we're taking it slow, you know. I don't have that much of a light, so I'm gonna keep my gonna keep them. Gotta listen to the sound. Again. So cool. Oh shit, one of those? Oh my god, we're so fucked. I didn't get a good weapon because I didn't want to pick the first one the game gave me. Because I hate the fucking coil spine shredder. I'm gonna have to play hard here. Whatever that is, I'll take it. Yeah, we check actually. Critical hit, rising pitch. Oh, that's pretty good. Yeah. Thursday. I'm lost with the days these days. Anyone has any great plans for the weekend? Anything special coming up? I think I'm gonna open that. Still not a lobber. You're right. Okay, a log. That was worth it already.
The suit keeps me safe, alive, but it takes so much away. A soft brush of flowers across my fingertips. The smooth resistance of a piano's keys. The morning sun on my face. The warmth of someone else's skin against mine. One day.
Okay, this is very interesting. This is something that never even crossed my mind, and that single log is making me consider our suit very differently. I'm gonna get to that in a sec again. D&D, looking forward to that. Nice, nice. Are you doing? Is it an online campaign or offline? You know, like I know a lot of people play online these days. Is it a long campaign that you've been doing for years, or what? What's the deal there? Man, I miss playing pen and paper role-playing games. The last one I played was Call of Cthulhu, actually, a few years back. Which, coincidentally, is also the first pen and paper RPG I've ever played when we were kids. Very weird choice, but worked out. Wife and I did, and by the way, the people I played Call of Cthulhu last, like about 7 years ago, I think, were the same people I played with when I was a kid. Which is very... And it's not like we kept playing, you know, RPGs all this time together. It was just a thing that we did when we were kids, and then we kind of lost touch for a long time, and then suddenly someone was like, hey, I want to do a Cthulhu campaign again. Anyone's interested? And most of us were. So that was cool. We never finished it though. Like, life just, you know, happened, I guess, but it was a good one. Loved it. Wife and I decided to go vegetarian starting Saturday. Ooh. Good luck with that. Hopefully it's gonna work out well. We're going to install my kitchen this weekend. Nice, Shepherd. That's probably are you moved in yet? I don't remember. I remember you moving stuff, but I don't know if you were moved in or if you were still living in the old place while the new one's getting properly, you know. Yeah, for a month. How you didn't have a kitchen all this time? Is that what's happening? Online we've played for years. Call of Cthulhu is great. Yeah, I like Call of Cthulhu. I think if I remember correctly, when I was a kid, the first thing that happened to me in a Call of Cthulhu game, and you will know what it is if you played like the old version, or maybe it's still in the newer ones. In one of the base scenarios that you get with the book, there's a house you have to explore. And I remember exploring that house and getting thrown out of the window by a bed, like a floating bed. That's a memory I have. And I know last time I mentioned it, someone was like, oh yeah, that's the base scenario of, or whatever. But anyway. What's up, Laura? Sneaking in for a listen. Mon frère! What's up, Tolga? Thank you for 4 months. Appreciate it. Lama, welcome in. Pinup Gamer UK. Good to see you. Welcome in, everyone. Thanks for the raid, Tolga. What a surprise. I did not expect that. How was the remainder of your Destiny 2 experience? But yeah, welcome in everyone from Tolga. You Destiny lovers, not judging. Yeah, Tolga. I mean, the way you do it with the double zooms, I can't do that. I don't. I'm not a zoomer type streamer. But yeah, I got the Abyss and everything to play with, so it's different, you know. Was solid. I actually got what I wanted. Nice, dude. Congrats. What were you actually looking for? An item or a rank, or what was the deal there? I'm currently doing a tower run because, you know, I didn't want to rush in the hospital because, you know, beginning of stream and all of that. I wanted to give a bit more time for people to get in because I feel like it might be a relatively big moment. So I'm doing a tower run right now, and I just found an audio log that is extremely interesting, and I'm looking forward to analyze a bit more. It was a shader. You know that part when I said I was not judging? I'm kidding. I totally get it. I loved just hunting for stuff in Destiny 1 when I was playing it, so. No, it's awesome. You know, I kind of miss Destiny sometimes when I think about it. I really enjoyed playing the first game. Yeah. Very good memories of... Actually, the most striking memory I have was simply farming on Mars. I had a whole loop on Mars for farm materials, and I still remember exactly the jumps and the path, and I might even still have a bit of muscle memory of where to shoot and how to shoot the enemies to be as fast as possible, but yeah. But yeah, it's all guys, good to see you. It's awesome to see you every morning when I wake up. You're my breakfast entertainment whenever you're live, and I'm loving it. It's just the best company I could ever have for my breakfasts is what I will say. So thank you for that. And yeah, I hope everyone from Tolga is doing well. We're just having a little chat about pen and paper RPGs and what people were gonna do this weekend. You know, the regular. I might be taking a day off or two this weekend, because if we finish Returnal tonight, if I put it down for the last time tonight, I think I might take a couple days off. I haven't taken days off in a month. Maybe even more. I don't remember when was the last one. I think it was August 17th when I went for no, wait, August 27th, yeah, when I went to the theater to see my cousin. So that was 1, 2, 3, 4, almost 5 weeks ago. I might take, you know, a couple days off, and I'll return on Sunday with the first episode of Life is Strange, which is gonna be the next game we go through, the first Life is Strange, and then transitioning into Dark Souls 3 for probably another month of craziness. Raid and run? No problem, man. Enjoy the rest of your night. My love to Luna, and I'll see you soon, man. Thanks for the raid. Appreciate it. Was the sushi was on the 17th of August. Yeah. Life is Strange is great. I played the very first episode 7 years ago when it released. I don't remember much of it. I remember the standard mechanic of rewinding time. That's about how much I remember. I remember the music was excellent. In terms of the story, I remember a blue-haired girl. That's about it. Yeah, I don't even remember what the plot was, to be honest. I remember being able to rewind time, and I remember a blue-haired girl. That's Yeah, it was 7 years ago. But, you know, my memory wasn't... I wasn't sleeping much then. My memory wasn't very good. But yeah, it's gonna be fun. It's gonna be a journey. My ex-girlfriend played it at some point on my PS4. I wasn't watching, like I was working at the time. But I have no memories of watching her do anything in the game, I don't think. Yeah. I don't even know if she finished it. She wasn't much of a gamer. We will rediscover lost memories yet again. Yeah, maybe so. Let's see.
Pursuit keeps me safe.
That log was
alive,
interesting.
but it takes so much away. The soft brush of flowers across my fingertips. The smooth resistance of a piano's keys. Ah, the morning sun on my face. The warmth of someone else's skin against mine. One day.
So that's something, it's interesting because I had never thought of the suit in that way, but the suit, almost quite literally, based on this audio log, is kind of that barrier she puts between her and the outside world and the people and the, you know. It's what protects her. She feels safe inside that suit, but she can't experience all those great things you do when you go outside. You know, like it's the... What was the thing in Evangelion? Like the hedgehog dilemma or something? Like you know, can't get close to people and you have to stay away, protect yourself. Because when you go close, you can hurt yourself or whatever. I haven't seen Evangelion in years, so I don't quite remember, but it also kind of sounds like I haven't been there personally, but it kind of makes me think of what I hear, you know, when people take antidepressants and stuff like that, like some sort of pretty strong medicine, drugs for stuff like depression, or like it completely neuters your feelings and emotions, you know, inhibits all of those sensations.
But it takes so much away.
That kind of reminds me of that too.
The soft brush of flowers.
Like it keeps you safe and alive, but
the smooth resistance of a piano's keys. Ah, the morning sun on my face. The warmth of someone else's skin
it
against
just
mine.
makes you you know,
one day.
Puts you in a state of apathy, which isn't great. She concludes with one day, you know, as if one day it'll get better. Hey, on the plus side, holy shit, I got there. I only have one more audio log in the tower that I haven't found. I'm surprised. And just a couple in the main game, I guess, that I didn't find, right? Including number 2, which is very weird that I never got number 2. Unless it's not in the order, so to speak. I mean, it's not in order, but unless like number 2 is being kept away for a reason. Yeah, I don't know what's up with that, Brainy. It's like that one audio log that keeps escaping me. I remember noticing the first time we got another audio log, I was like, huh, I didn't get... It's not in order. And I was like, okay, fine. And since then, number 2 has been escaping me. Makes you want to go check if you have it. Yeah, I don't know. Makes me want to take a peek through the first level again. Ooh, nice. I like Runeseeker. Yep, there is. Dude! You have got to be shitting me, dude. I literally went through it and it didn't want to let me in. That's annoying. Let's go see that weapon. Ugh. Disgusting. Imagine playing with the Lober. Lober, I don't know. Lob, I think. Yeah. There we are. No. Man, I hate those assholes. You know what, actually, I might use that. Can't be bothered to fight with those assholes. Oh, Jesus. But yeah, I'm pretty hyped for Life is Strange. I think it's gonna be a nice change of pace, you know, playing some... After Returnal, that's pretty intense in terms of gameplay. Playing something that's a bit more chill and... basically letting a game tell me a story, I think it's gonna be pretty interesting. It's gonna feel good. And, yeah, we'll see after that how I feel about DS3. I think I'm excited to play DS3 again. I don't know. I've been a bit split on the idea of DS3, but I know for a fact that I want to close out the trilogy before playing anything else in the series. You know. What's up, Casey? How are you doing, man? Like the main one that I really want to play right now is Demon's Souls Remake, but I'm not gonna play Demon's Souls Remake before closing up the trilogy, right? I want to get done with that part and then get into that Demon's Souls Remake. So yeah, it's gonna be a good time. It's gonna be a good couple months ahead. Some Life is Strange, some Souls games. I'm excited. Looking forward to it. What's up, Casey? What's going on? Good to see you. Hope you're well. How do you feel about your journey experience now that you've digested it a bit? Bit of fresh blood, getting the gears greased for the day. Nice, nice. What's the schedule today? Are you working a show, or are you I mean like a real life gig, or do you plan on going back into Noita? Oh wow. Oh, sorry, never mind. I thought they were the same item. I'll take that. Like Journey for what it was, amazing style and 12 out of 10 OST. Yeah. And you know, I agree. Love the visuals, love the style, love the music. My problem lies with what it was. And I'm not, you know, not against those types of games, far from me. Far from that. I love those short experiences, and I don't know, I just wish... I hate to phrase it this way, but I think it was a bit too much in the style over substance category for me, you know? Oh, I didn't mean it that way. I must have poorly expressed myself. I meant... my problem is with what it was. I didn't mean I got lied to. I was trying to use, you know... The problem lies with this, you know... Unless you're making a joke, in which case it completely went over my head, so... In both cases, it's my fault. Yeah, I don't know. It's... with how, you know, everything that was... I remember playing it pretty much close to release, and people were really intense about that game at the time. And with all the praise and everything, I was just expecting something a bit, yeah, a bit more substantial. Like, I was... It felt so... I mean, it felt great. When I was playing it, it felt awesome and all, but... And the music, like you said, like, I still listen to it to this day. But a couple months after playing it, I didn't remember anything about it. It was just like, yeah, I mean, it just... Yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah. No, I mean, again, I'm not saying, you know... Happy it exists. Nothing but good things to say about it, generally. Just... No more worrying about your ribbon. Yeah, Casey was very intense about the length of his ribbon. I don't know what that means, you know, but... This is an awful weapon to fight this boss with. And this one's not much better, to be quite honest. I'm kind of hating what I'm doing right now. Yeah, this is where it gets really fucking hard. I have Tendril. I should have used that from the start. Oh my god. I hate fighting the boss with the Dreadbound. It's just not the best weapon for that. Sure, Brain. Sure. But yeah, so Casey, did you you didn't answer my question, right? Or did I miss it? About if you were doing some real life job tonight, or if you were getting into a stream? Oh yeah, nice, nice. Cool, cool. What's the plan? More Noita? Okay, come on. I'm getting trashed right now. What's the deal with that situation? Oh, using the colloquial term for IRL here, meaning not online, you know. We know online is real life. You don't have to be that guy, Brainy. It's alright, we know. Oh, okay, if I can get this one for free, I think it's worth it. Yeah. Start with Noita and hope on something else, maybe Rimworld. Oh, okay, you're doing the streamer strats, getting you know, getting a game to get the people in and then switching to something else. I get it. Oh, Rimworld is great. I think you're going to love Rimworld if you get into it, to be honest. Designed that platform? Why is there a hole here? I didn't realize the platform wasn't... I was like, okay, I fell off. It's fine, I'll stay on the path. Well... I don't want to look at this run. I want to look at... Oh, I won't be able to see it. Fuck. Yeah, see, Algo's final form. I got there twice. Algo's infinity form, I don't think I've seen. I'm guessing it starts after phase 4. Maybe it becomes the infinite, you know. Alright, I think we're gonna do that hospital scene now. I'm over the tower. It's fine. I want to see what's happening now. Platform was designed by Miyazaki, yeah. We always knew Miyazaki made bad games, so it's not surprising. What's up, Dom? What's up, Patrick? What's up, Droid? Oh, the tower added a ton more story. Yes, this is... what, like the 6th? Or... wait, no. There was one for each flower. Including one before that. Or maybe even 2 before that. No, 1 before that, I think. So that's 7, then 8, then... this is the 9th first-person scene we get in the DLC, in the tower. Which always adds a bit more story. Similar to the house, you know, first-person scenes. A whole bunch of audio logs. I don't know how many, but yeah, we got about 20 audio logs, I think, in the tower. Yeah. A whole lot of stuff. Absolutely, yeah. And this, I feel, might be our last visit, based on how Celine presented it, you know? I'm gonna take my time. I'm gonna look at everything I can look. You hope they add co-op to the tower? Yeah, I'm not too interested in co-op, I don't think. Like, it's not my usual thing. I might do some co-op at some point with a friend offline, off stream, but I think we would want to play the main story anyway, rather than the tower. I don't know. I like the tower just fine. It's fun gameplay, but yeah. Alright, so that's the autopsy report for our mom. Traumatic encephalopathy. So I know encephalopathy, if I'm not mistaken, is a head wound. Oh no, brain damage. Okay, okay. Ooh, interesting. Okay, brain damage. There's a lot of stuff that I'm thinking here. One of them is, well, there's always a chance that oh, I think Nazvidan, I think Brainy means the tower rooms feel a bit small-ish for co-op, and some of them I would agree. Yeah, the main game, which is in co-op, feels a bit more adapted to that, you know, like bigger rooms, bigger spaces. Or, I don't know, Brainy, do you mean the whole game when you say the rooms feel too small? Because if so, I disagree. I think the main game feels perfectly fine in terms of size. But yeah, the tower, a lot of the rooms are too small for that. Yeah, that's exactly Nazvidan. We were talking about that, like adding co-op to the tower. That's why we went on that topic. So yeah, encephalopathy. So I'm thinking, okay, there's a chance that, you know, the accident could have led to brain damage and whatever, but that doesn't feel right, because we know, or at least we think, that they met Helios, and that there's a whole thing here. Now, what I'm wondering is, there's a fire situation that happened at some point, and I truly wonder if maybe Thea was in the house when the fire happened. Like maybe she, you know, inhaled fumes and whatever, was rescued, but then, you know, of course, the inhaling, lack of oxygen, inhaling smoke and everything could very well lead to irreversible brain damage and eventually death. So that could be it, you know. Like all of the thing is blackened out. Like how am I supposed to know? But I don't think there's any indication of date that we can cross-examine with the fire report. But the fire has to have consequences. It has to be there for some reason, right? So I'm thinking Thea might have died. That was my first instinct when I heard about the fire. It was like, yeah, that's how Thea died. Okay, that music was creepy. It's back to the first poster. You are your mother. You are now a mother. You are no mother. Yeah. Us repeating that pattern of not really wanting our kid. And Helios died at some point. I'm thinking in the car crash, right? He drowned. I think that's the thing here. Yeah, that's the fire. No extra information, nothing. Helios is Celine's son. At least, I'm assuming. That's the beauty of this game, is I'm not 100% sure, but all signs point to Helios being Celine's son, yes. And the ship, by the way. The ship's also named Helios. Which is, of course, you know, metaphorically speaking, every time you start the game, you're abandoning Helios, just like you abandoned him in the car. Yeah. It's very open to interpretation, yeah. And in fact, this is probably my last Returnal stream. We're gonna open the conversation once I decide that I'm, you know, done, and we'll spend the last couple hours of the stream just going over ideas and theories, and probably people are gonna share what they've themselves interpreted from the game, maybe heard from YouTube videos and analysis and so on. And we'll see where we land. I'm probably gonna use that time while we're talking and all to go back to Hyperion, because I want to fight Hyperion again. More than the fight, I just want to stand on the ledge for an hour. But yeah. But there's also that story about that other kid. Who's that other fucking kid? I don't get that. That's one part of the story that is still very mysterious to me, is who's the other kid? Alex or whatever. Well, all signs point to it used to be Celine's brother, but it makes it feels so strange, like the name convention doesn't follow the rest of the game. Yeah, I don't know. Something doesn't sit quite right with this name for me. That's the physical therapy one, right? spinal fracture and all that. Which we're pretty sure was our mother. You reached the surface, you left the surface, you breached the surface. Pushing the ichor up the mount like Sisyphus back in the day. And this weird creature observing us, which I guess is our mother, you know? Here are the fates. Clotho, Lachesis, and Atropos. Not 100% sure. About the last one, but I think it is. Yeah, I think. Ooh, that wasn't here last time. The interaction with the bed, I don't think was there. Or was it? I'm not sure. I don't think it was. I remember, yeah, we read this unmended text. I'm not sure who wrote that, if it was Thea or Celine, if we're even if we are even different people, which the game has suggested a few times we might be the same, one and the same, you know, in a weird way. I'm not sure exactly how, but and the imprint of the head on the pillow looks very much like the sun face fragment, right? Again, could be a coincidence, but the game has such an amazing attention to detail. It feels like it had to be done on purpose. I mean, let's go. Let's... Am I gonna sit on the bed? Is that the thing?
I know you're here. Show me then. What do you want me to see? Is this all I get? Just an empty space where she should be. A moment of respite, at least. A break in the cycle. No pain here. This was earned.
Oh my god! Unreal. That was short, but that was absolutely delicious. Goosebumps this entire fucking time. The music was amazing, and I think there's a lot more here than what, you know, what it looks on the surface. This is the first moment in the game that feels like a, you know, conclusion, like a proper real conclusion, because of course, yeah, you know, a break in the cycle, I can finally rest. And you can see all of those other versions of her, right, that got there. It's a pretty dark conclusion. But a conclusion nonetheless. I think I need to, wait. I need to save. There. What's up, Casey Ann? What's up, Guardians? Yeah, I think that's it. I think that's the... I mean, unless... Let's see what happens once we're done with the credits, but based on the vocabulary that's being used, thematically speaking, this feels like proper ending, right? It didn't give us any answers. That's one thing. There's one sentence that she says at the beginning. What do you want me to see? And then it's like, oh, is that all I get? An empty space where you should be. To me, that's more than just, you know, of course, the surface level of she's not there where she usually is with the wheelchair. I think that's all I get, you know, like an empty space where I should be having a mother, but I don't get that. You know, I just get me, I guess, you know, and well, I mean, maybe it's time to... What's interesting is it never goes really into the moving on part of it, right? She never really lets go and moves on. She's just finding a moment to rest, and I guess she accepts that there's nothing there, that, you know, she'll never have the mother she wanted. But it still feels very dark, like, it still feels like she's trapped in a different way, maybe. Or maybe, you know, of course, using the vocabularies, themes and attached stuff, it could, you know, she's laying on a hospital bed. So maybe it's time, you know, maybe whatever's happening, it's time for her to just rest for good, you know, since she's lying on a hospital bed. Maybe something... Yeah, I don't know. You know, maybe... I remember her saying when we learn of Thea's death, she says, oh, you're with Helios now. I think even she said, like, you know, you deserve each other or whatever. And I wonder if, in a way, she was thinking that she would meet them there once she passes herself or something. No, it's not yet, Nasrallah. Not yet. No, it's probably going to be pretty soon. Yeah. But yeah, I mean... But yeah, at this point, it's difficult. We've talked about so many things and covered so many things. It's hard for... to know where exactly the line is, right? We've touched on so many things over the past months. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know exactly what happens during that ending there. Did you see it, Naz? I don't know how long you've been here, but... And also, did you didn't get that yourself, right? You didn't hunt for the flowers and everything. I think you told me that you didn't play the tower very much. You've been here a while? Okay. Hey, I mean, you know, however much it was, we got some more story. We got some more ending. There was always that next little cutscene to find and seek, right? That in itself is pretty interesting. They definitely did not, you know, for a free DLC, that's a whole lot of fucking story that I did not expect at all. I will say, yeah, a lot more story than I expected. And yet, here we are again. Is she gonna say something? Nope. No more objectives, huh? Yeah, I think that means that's it, right? Yeah, I'm not gonna hunt for all those missing ciphers. There's no way. I might do something, you know, offline or whatever if I feel like I want to play the game more, because there's a good chance that it's gonna happen. I quite like the game enough that I'll want to play more of it on my own time, but alright, let's see. 16 algo skills. Jesus Christ. So, okay, let's, you know, let's move back to the beginning. I'm gonna go in Act 2. I'm gonna do a little... Oh, I need to check my ship log. There's still one missing document in there. Which I'm very curious about. I wonder if it's one that you get when you, like, unlock everything or something like that, potentially. Yeah, this one. I'm thinking it's something you get when you unlock everything in the databank matrix. Which, you know, I've done quite a bit of that, but like hunting for the last few ones is going to probably take as much time as I've done so far in the game, so I don't think it's quite the smartest decision. I need to do one more thing. I need to do this. Yep. Nothing. Yep, we're definitely in the land of... You've had all your clues, now just... You know, if you want to know the story, deal with it yourself. We've given you... we've given you all that we can. Now, if you want a story, just come up with it. Oh, interesting. That was very cool. All right. Well, I think I declared the conversation open. I think I'm done. I think I'm done with my own personal... This is stupid? Wait, what? I have 836 theories? Wait, Naz, what's happening? Why is it stupid? I'm confused. at. Oh, was that your open theory conversation, or? Oh, okay. Naz has had that one loaded for a long time. Let me tell you. He had that one in a fucking TXT file that he kept under his arm. It's all breadcrumbs stringing you along with no substance. Here's the thing, I don't need a direct laid out everything explained answer. That being said, the game gives you almost nothing of real substance. Okay. Very hard disagree, but I understand that one might feel that way, for sure. But yeah, so anyway, so to make it very clear again, open conversation. Feel free to, you know, openly discuss the game from now on. I'll be giving out my own thoughts myself. I'll maybe look through some audio logs again, some of the recorded elements we've had. Yeah, I think, Patrick, I think that was one thing we talked about the other day. I had the same impression. You know, it looks very pregnant. Which, to me, has two meanings, right? Is either it's a symbol of the mother, you know, like motherhood, pregnant, or it's a representation of another kid. I don't know. It's very hard to differentiate what's metaphorical or what's real, right? It's very, everything in the game can be taken literally on the surface level or completely metaphorically, so it's pretty hard, you know. I do think that the playing the game part is 100% not real. I think that's the most obvious interpretation. For many reasons. Like everything is so metaphorically loaded. You know, Hyperion being one of the best examples of that. Helios, the ship, of course, that you abandon every time. I think there's a world where you can make sense of it in a you know, objective way. Like it could still be happening. Like the planets pulling from your memory and your life to create the ever-changing environment as part of the signal that's bringing the nightmares out. You know, that's one of the first things that we learn about this planet's power. The signal brings the nightmares out as a sort of defense system. That's how they defend themselves against the Severed. But yeah, it does feel, you know, more like a metaphor, of course. It's an Ouroboros in the shape of an 8, which could mean infinity. Then 36 equals 666, infinite hell, 836. Yeah, not bad. I mean, it could be. It seems somewhat solid, you know. It's no Lovecraft. Oh yeah, there's a bit less racism in it. I'm just kidding. I personally don't quite get the Lovecraft vibe from this, as opposed to Bloodborne, for instance, talking about, you know, like games inspired by Lovecraft's universe. I did not get that from here. There's a few moments where I was like, oh, you know, like great old ones, potentially in the depth of the planet and the tentacles and the look of the things, but I got a lot more alien from it, you know, like Geiger's universe. Strange alien creatures and, you know, I got a bit more of that than Lovecraft, somehow. More of that, yeah. There's a few things, right? The madness, the, you know, creature in the deep that you go to find some form of truth and, yeah. Yeah, exactly, Shepard. I'm also very happy with that. I don't mind when the game gives you more clear answers, but I like the idea of a more vague thing. It works for me. I like keeping stuff open for interpretation. Definitely. It never bothers me. I got no point. What if Alex, or whatever his name is Helios, because all those names, Helios, Thea, are not their real names? I was thinking about that at some point during the playthrough. I don't know if I talked about it. That, you know, it could all be just... But there's one log in particular. Let me find it again. There.
20 weeks and 3 days. No, not much kicking. Very still. Calm. No, just me today. My partner can't make it, and, my mother... no, I wouldn't want that. I know already, actually. A boy. It's a boy.
Do you have a name?
Yes, we have. A name from my family.
A name from my family, you know, Helios, Celine, kind of makes sense. Stay in the Greek thing. Now, the weird part is, and that's always bothered me, is that in the proper mythology, Celine and Helios are siblings. So this is kind of weird. But, you know. I guess it doesn't have to be exactly following the mythology, right? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know, Shepard. Strange. She could have named her son after her dead brother. The problem is we kind of... If there's a dead brother, which I'm pretty convinced there is, we know the game is supposed to be Alex or something because of the drawing. Unless it's completely, you know... It's like trying to put a puzzle together when every piece changes. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe so, Naz. It feels... too early for me to tell that there's no way to make sense of it all. Because there could be stuff that I missed. There could be... You know, there's so much, and it's been over the course of a month, right? I don't remember all of it. Like, it's a proper thing where I would need to sit down with a notebook and actually try to put everything together slowly and take notes and make links, a mind map or something like that. But, yeah. And I'm not saying I would not have liked a bit more conclusive answers. I would probably have enjoyed that too, but I would say that it's not giving enough credit to the writers, potentially not giving enough credit to the writers to assume that it's just breadcrumbs with no possible way of putting it together, right? And I'm not, you know, I'm just saying that it's very possible that we just have to look a bit harder, you know? The second child. Didn't we also have the topic in game regarding imaginary friends? Maybe the second child is not really there. I don't remember. That rings a bell, but I don't quite remember. I'm never gonna find it. Is there something about imaginary friends in there? Oh, there's a book in the house about imaginary friends. Yeah. So what do we think about the accidents? That's one of the big points for me that I was never able to clear out is... Do we think there were two accidents? One with Thea, where she broke her spine and Celine managed to survive unharmed. And then there was another one that Celine was driving and Helios drowned because she didn't help him. I can't quite explain why. I don't think there are two accidents. I've been puzzled by that the entire time. I can't figure it out, but I'm pretty certain that Thea is the one in the wheelchair, right? That she's the one who broke her spine. I think there's more or less confirmations of that. She was also an excellent swimmer, which makes me think she could have potentially actually rescued Celine very well, and then bring her to the surface. There was even a report in the hospital that said that the injuries to the spine were exacerbated by the effort she made to save the passenger. And then there's a missing kid, which is very weird. So I'm pretty sure, you know, Thea had an accident. Now, did Celine not get an accident? But I'm thinking, and I should have... We should have that one saved. No, I don't have it saved. No, not this one either. I don't have the... They dropped a trailer for Callisto Protocol? I probably won't watch it. I'll just look at if people talk about the game positively, I'll play it. Pretty excited for it. Well, I mean, yeah, I don't know. I like Dead Space, but we'll see. Both those accidents are very clearly hinted at. To me, the question is whether both actually happened. Yeah. My theory is that there was an accident with Thea which injured her and made her bitter to Celine and the world. Well, that's pretty obvious, I think. Yeah, that's the way at least the game is... That's the information the game is giving us, right? She was bound for a great career. And she never got there and resented Celine all this time for that. And then Celine had her own kid. Thought she wanted it, and somehow never quite realized maybe that she was just replicating some of that stuff. Especially, I think Celine got bitter with Helios when she noticed that Thea was giving him the love that she was hoping. You know, she mentions that at some point, like, always had smiles for Helios, never for me, you know. There was resentment there. And I think Celine realized that she was not meant to be a mother or whatever. And, well, was haunted by the White Shadow. I think the White Shadow was, you know, like the guilt and the pressure of the mother. Yeah, we'll open conversation now, Quasi. And, and I think the question I have is why Helios... How does Helios know about the white shadow, because Helios says in the backseat, do you see the white shadow? Now, that could very well be something that is not actually happening. Maybe Helios was sleeping in the backseat, and Celine imagined him saying that because she's clearly not well. We know she's supposed to take meds, that she's not, you know, she's not taking meds that she's supposed to take, and she's seeing things that don't exist. One of the, I think 62? No, it was not. It was a log, a ship log, where, you know, she, what I'm assuming is a psychiatrist tells her, you stop taking your meds, what, you know, what's going on? You need to take your meds, you're talking about things that don't exist, you know? So I'm thinking White Shadow represents her guilt towards her mom, you know? I think that's, I feel pretty confident about that. Oh, I mean, Quasi, I don't think she broke her spine unbuckling, but the report says that she exacerbated her injury while trying to. It specifically says that she made it worse trying to save Celine, and she did. It's made very clear that she's a good swimmer. You know, there's a document that talks about her swimming achievements, so we know she could have made it out. And yeah, it's made very clear that she made the but same difference, right? Quasi, there's resentment because, well, actually, I'm thinking now that I'm thinking that I'm wondering if Celine wasn't already, you know, a bit of a weird child, and she said, you know, do you see the white shadow? And that's when maybe Thea lost control of the car. And maybe that's why Celine feels even guiltier than she should be, and maybe that's why she thinks or imagines Helios saying it. You know, the repetition of she's like mixing her own memory of the accident with what she's doing, and almost intentionally or subconsciously crashes the car, right? And she almost wants to save Helios. She's reaching her hand out to save Helios, but then there's a mention on one of the logs of a moment of hesitation where she's like, this could solve my problems. And I think that's when she decides to not save Helios and just abandon him there. Which is extremely dark, by the way, but I mean, it's fucking inspired by Greek mythology, and you know, fratricide, infanticide, patricide, all of that shit is pretty common themes for Greek mythology and all of that stuff, you know. So I guess it makes sense, kind of, you know, like it does fit the whole vibe. Oh, you can bring everything, Shepard. It's open book right now. Or I don't care if you bring theories from YouTube videos, from stuff you read. I'm probably gonna myself go, you know, look at some video essays. I'm sure I'll find many. I'm interested in, you know, breaking that thing open a bit, you know. If we assume Metropolis is all in... Hey, what's up, Brandon? Good to see you, man. Right, I think that's one of the... Yeah, I think that's one of the most probable explanations. Most believable is that, yeah, this is all a manifestation of her guilt. Stuff she's imagining because she's not taking her meds, right? She's imagining she's on this adventure as a way to cope. She's bringing all those stories she's read. Like, we see the description of... the creatures always end with a part of the story of Tali Acheron, which you know, is kind of what she dreamed she might be, you know, as a way to maybe for her mother to be proud of her, right? She would be this astronaut that just does great things. He's on fantastic adventures. And the fact that there's also an interesting thing is that we know some of these elements are from the Tali Acheron story that we can read in the book. Tali Acheron is not exploring space per se, she's exploring death, from what I can tell. She's exploring another side, which is very interesting to think about. White shadow is the reflection of the moon in the water. Ah, yeah. Yeah, interesting. Sorry about that. Brendan, I would say yes. I would say yes, partly. We know there's a mention at the beginning that, towards the beginning, that Atropos makes nightmares real. There's indications that Ichor is able to manipulate your mind and bring stuff out from your memory. And if you remember, I always said that the Ichor sphere looks like the sphere in Sphere by Michael Crichton, which is able to bring memories to life. And I think there might be an inspiration there. So I have a few hints that make me believe that maybe Ichor is able to pull stuff from your memory, or your imagination, or your nightmares, or your dreams, and manifest them in real life. So there's very much a way, and I actually quite like that this is actually a real planet, that Celine indeed ended up leaving after she lost her child. Her mom was dead. She was free. Maybe that's the reason why she, you know, got rid of Helios and then potentially killed her mother in a fire. If that's one of the interpretations of how she died. Because she wanted to free herself, you know, and just leave. We know her psychological profile was flagged, that there was doubt of making her a scout for Astra. So there's a way that she escaped all this, you know, she got rid of the past and then moved on to seek adventure and escape. And then got hooked in that infinite loop of Atropos, which, if we take Atropos as real, I'm thinking Celine, the first time she got on Atropos, there was nothing there. I think she's the one that created life on this planet by influencing it. That she helped the sentients that maybe were a very primitive race to get technology. That's why it's interfacing so well with hers. I think she brought some of them to the depth, and then all of that story, you know, the separating themselves from the hive mind. I think the hive mind might be, in a way, Celine's control over the planet. But yeah, Droid, I like that theory of... Do you have a sense of how much is mind made manifest versus how much is pre-existing on the planet? I think the sentients are real. The war with the Severed is real. If we, again, assuming Atropos is real, right? But then a lot of the enemies aren't. I don't think Hyperion, for instance. I think Hyperion is clearly a representation of her dad. That's something I can't get my mind off of. I mean, yeah, I think so, Quasi, after, you know, so many loops and so many... She could have been there for so much time. And when we think we leave the planet, you know, like we escape the planet, I don't think we're actually escaping the planet. I think that's part of the manipulation of the planet. It makes you go over your life again, and then you realize you're still trapped. I don't know. Again, it's very open, right? It's not like there's one true answer. I like both angles. The planet being completely in her mind, like everything being just the way she deals with guilt and all of that. And I like the fact that the idea that the planet might be real. And yeah. If I haven't if I have not addressed one of your messages specifically, feel free to repost them. By the way, there's been a few things that I'm talking for a long time, so sometimes I can miss a message that might contain something interesting. So feel free to repeat some of them if I haven't addressed them directly. Yeah, Quasi. Yeah, maybe, potentially, yeah. I mean, I guess... Oh, that's a very good one, Quasi. I forgot about that. She's using one of the turrets to shoot her own ship down. Which, of course, yeah, like you said, it could be a metaphorical... Again, the metaphorical aspect of her causing her own crash. Very good indication that she did indeed do that, which makes me believe there's two crashes. One accident and one that she caused herself because that was a way for her to get rid of it. And then there's the objective interpretation that would be maybe she needed to make sure she crashed on the planet for the whole story to avoid paradox. I don't know. Yeah, interesting. It seems very solid in terms of proving that yes, she did cause her own crash. Exactly, Naz. I think White Shadow for me represents her guilt, and I think her being in an astronaut suit is the manifestation of that guilt. That's what my mom lost because of me, right? That's what I caused or cost her, you know? So I'm now seeing myself as a representation of that loss, yeah. It all fits the same idea of causing the accident herself, right? Yeah, Quasi, sure. Yeah, that's an interesting point. The whole second part of the game being in the past is an interesting thing. That's when we see Hyperion, which I believe represents the father. So the father is part of the past, you know, it's part of that old story that you can't get away from. I think that you're meant to believe that for a while, Brendan. I think that's a red herring in the first half of the game. Because if we go, White Shadow, you were how I escaped. The White Shadow is how she escaped. That representation of the astronaut and the kid saying that. And her causing the crash herself. Escaping from that life she didn't want. Dude, that makes sense. That connects. I'm getting goosebumps. That means something's connecting. I get the same feeling when I'm writing on my own, working on my own stories, and suddenly I find a way to make things click. I get that same rush of, you know, like, oh shit, that actually works. So I think that works. I think that's true. Actually, we can watch that scene again. I have that one saved. Not like this.
You were how I escaped. White Shadow. You were how I escaped.
I think that works, Shepard. The astronaut is her guilt. It's White Shadow. It's all of the same thing, you know? But it's also how she escapes. Remember that when she says that, it's the middle of the game. So she's not fully realizing that it represents her guilt yet. She thinks it's a way out. She later has to come to terms with the fact that, you know. So, this place seems very overgrown at that time, right? It doesn't seem like anyone's living there. Maybe $10, yeah. Or maybe her mom didn't live there. And then when Celine got back to the house, maybe she took her mom with her in again? I don't know. Yeah, that part's a bit vague still for me. Well, I mean, it's not much better taken care of here, so yeah, I guess it actually doesn't matter. So, I still do have a few thoughts here. We're gonna have to talk again about the music and Hyperion, because I feel like there's a huge part of the story here that is never really explained or hinted at even. The whole deal with the father. There's no way a representation of her father is that important in the game, the way it's set up, the fact that there's references in the music, all the questions she's asking. Did I learn that song from you, or did you learn it from me? But they never address it. I remember when we first got to Hyperion, I was like, holy shit, that's the name of Celine's father in mythology, the Greek mythology, right? But I remember before that mentioning that we never hear about the men in that story. Her father, Helios's dad, we never hear of them. They're very absent. And I'm wondering if it's because they're just not that important, they were just absent figures, or if it's because maybe she's repressing some of the bad experiences she's had with them. Hyperion is clearly not a very flattering representation of a father figure, right? It's a bit aggressive. Here's a part that doesn't make sense to me. She's supposed to be old and be put underground. But the kid, Helios, based on his silhouette, is still very young. Okay, this might be completely... Maybe I'm grasping at straws here. That figure at the bottom, the first person on the left side, the first person, the closest one to the middle. Long hair. Looks a lot like Hyperion's hair. The long hair with the middle part or something. Look at it when it moves. Well, I mean, won't be able to see it too much, but it looks a lot like Hyperion's mid-length parted hair. And then Helios here is still being seen as a kid. This reinforces me in thinking that this actual scene never happened really. That whole going back, growing old, I don't think that ever happened. I think that's literally something she's imagining. She imagines escaping. She imagines that she can get away. Whether it's real, like the planet is real, and this is something that Icor makes her see, like the planet makes her see, like her dreams or whatever, or whether it's completely imaginary and she thinks she can escape by getting rid of Helios and her mom and all of that, her past. That's how I escape. I think that's the life she imagines she could get if she escaped. But she's never gonna get it. Because she's not accepting the truth of what's wrong with her, right? Her guilt, That's why she grows old. She imagines growing old, but she sees Helios as a kid. Because she never saw him older, right? He never grew old. And I'm thinking That's her dad. That looks like Hyperion here, with the long hair. She's seeing him too, like looking at her. She's imagining all that, you know. The people are the way she remembered them, because that never existed. Those people weren't here anymore. I think that kind of fits. Yeah, maybe Quasi. Yeah. That was my one of my interpretations as well. The idea of when interrupted, it would, you know, get that aggression out. And I remember the broken doors of the living room in the house. Like maybe someone closing them forcibly and breaking the fucking thing, you know, like leave me alone, or at least signs of violence, right? Yeah, there was $10 in the hospital. Basically a poem about she wants to die and, you know, be free through death, I guess. Yeah, Shepard, for sure. I'm looking at the logs right now to see if I find something interesting.
I think I am reliving my memories in that house, but not fully. They're corroded. Some parts are missing, others seem manufactured. But I can remember the torment, feeling like I was losing my mind. There's no comfort here, no safe space. And the astronaut keeps following me.
The astronaut keeps following me. My guilt keeps following me. There's no escape from it at this time. Her memories are corroded. Parts are missing. Others are manufactured. She doesn't remember everything. Objectively, she's been on the planet for so long, so many loops. Her memory is, you know, slowly disappearing, and she's reliving those things, but they might be modified by some greater entity, right? Or, metaphorically, she's not taking her meds. She's clearly having an episode, and her memories are confused about what was real or not, right? That works in both angles of the story. Yeah. This is interesting.
I know why they became severed. Divine punishment for failing ascension. Ascension. No sooner has the word escaped my lips than a vast image of the transcendent watcher in the deep below consumes my mind. I have begun having visions of where I have yet to go. They lead me continually downwards from Olympus and into myself. I alone am worthy.
The idea of freeing yourself from the grasp of, you know, your mother, I guess. I guess the transcendent watcher in deep could be the mother, right? In a way. I mean, her mom was clearly, you know, or at least if she wasn't at the beginning, clearly turned into some form of narcissistic, toxic parasite, you know, like it... There's a lot of indications that her mom was completely, you know... overbearing after that, but... Earlier in the game... Yeah, I think that's it, Quasi. I think that was the indication. And it's reinforced by the idea in the hospital that you are your mother, you know, on the poster. She ended up doing the same things, right? Repeating patterns, which also fits with the game, like the repetition of the cycles. And we know it's a very real fact in familial psychology is repeating the patterns that your parents did. You tend to do that because you grew up in an environment that, well, I mean, was your life, right? And you tend to subconsciously sometimes repeat those same patterns because that's what you associate with, well, your reality or feeling safe or surviving or whatever it is, you know, that pushes you there. But you tend to repeat the patterns that your parents pushed on you, you know? It's a very known thing, so... It seems to be fitting, the whole vibe of the game. Let's, let me progress a bit in the game and we'll see what happens later. Hey JC, what's up, man? Well, that was stupid. Busy with work. Nice. Hopefully things are a bit smoother today. We got the last hospital scene. Celine was finally able to find a place to rest. It didn't really give us any answers, but we've been openly discussing the narrative now. Yeah, thank you, Johnny. I appreciate it, man. That's... To be honest, I can't do it any other way. I love just... You know, trying to decrypt stories as much as I can. Even stories that are more straightforward, I will always be analyzing them a bit, you know... A bit more in depth, because that's... I don't know, like I'm... You know, I'm a writer, right? So I guess that's what I do. I love dissecting stories and... trying to see the subtext and everything, but I'm glad some people enjoy that. Yeah, I know it's not necessarily the main vibe on Twitch. Like people usually like more fast-paced streams and focusing more on gameplay and whatever. But I like taking my time with the narratives and all that. So I'm glad some of you enjoyed that for sure. My theory is shit is weird. Yep, I would agree with that. Yeah, the tower added quite a bit in terms of Celine's relationship with her mom. And there's quite a few more... I feel like it reinforced a lot of my ideas regarding what happened with the accidents. I'm glad I found confirmation of the fire. I'm really thinking the fire was caused by Celine, or whether it was intentional or negligent, and she didn't act on it. I feel like might be, you know, for me, same difference, right? I think the fire happened, and she did not try to save her mom, you know? Just like Helios was abandoned, so was Thea. So, that's a bit dark, but... Yeah, you basically ended at the, like, first, ending, right? Yeah. Those are some convenient accidents, yeah, and I mean, everything in the game points towards that, right? There's a mention of the fire thing, there's a mention of someone just smoking on the fucking porch, and I think that's Celine, because Thea, if there's the house is burning, Thea cannot be out there smoking, right? Like, that doesn't make sense. So it's Celine. And I'm thinking that explains why Thea died of encephalopathy. I think she wasn't able to breathe, inhaled a lot of fumes, smokes, whatever. And so she just, you know, she passed from lack of oxygen, right? Ultimately. And I absolutely think that too, yeah. $10. It seems all but confirmed to me at that point. And the way she says when we... that scene where we learn of Thea's passing, the way she says, oh, now you guys can be together. All the smiles were for Helios, none for me. Like, now you can just be together. Like, there's so much resentment in there. It is so dark, but absolutely sure that's what happened, yeah. Which, in a sense, makes Celine a straight-up psychopath. Which fits the whole, you know... She's supposed to be taking her meds, she's not. She had a very rough life, clearly, you know. Oh. Oh, actually, now that you mentioned that, Brendan, there's one audio log that mentions one final confession. I actually need to read that one again. Because the term confession, with that context now, feels quite interesting. I'm gonna check that in a second. Absolutely, JC, yes. Maybe that's why, you know, she was interned. What if actually all of this is happening while she's literally interned in a hospital bed? You know, in a mental hospital, which is why we rest at the end by going on the hospital bed one more time. Empty room where she's just left to, you know, to rest for eternity with nothing solved. Just, she's just there, you know? You might be onto something there, JC. Interesting. That actually kind of works. Everything's happening while she's just interned, you know? Ooh, I actually like that really a lot. Yeah. Let me see the final confession thing. Yeah, I think JC might have solved it. At least, you know, that part of it.
I need to talk. I know I keep putting this off, but everything has gone way too far this time. This is the part where I say, I'm sorry. So why don't I feel like I am? I try, but it sounds so hollow. What is this shadow inside me? I've felt this before. I can't describe it except that it feels... If I name it... that make it go away?
Everything has gone too far this time, huh? She's talking to herself, trying to apologize to people that, you know, she killed, in essence, right? Remember that the Severed call her the Creator Destroyer. She creates. She's a mother. She also destroys. She kills. If I name it, will that make it go away? That one line is my favorite part of the entire game in terms of the voice acting and the writing. I think it's absolutely perfect. Yeah. That's the best one. The Lying Truth.
A moment of hesitation. Now he's gone, and I remain.
Now he's gone and I remain. A moment of hesitation. Now he's gone and I remain. She hesitated, but she knew she didn't want to save him. Now he's gone and I remain.
A moment of hesitation. Now he's gone, and I remain.
But she didn't, you know...
Did I even survive the initial impact?
Did I survive the impact? Am I dead?
What a horrifying life I've walked into. I turn around and notice the front door is already closed behind me, before I was even aware that my hand had locked the deadbolt.
After the accident, she goes back home.
Mother, I'm home.
And that line, the fucking tone of that one, I'm home. She knows she's, you know, still has that to deal with. It's almost threatening, you know? Ooh. I'm kind of liking that angle we're on right now. But yeah, this one, Brendan, my favorite.
I need to talk.
Yeah, she is.
I know I
$10
keep
for
putting
sure.
this off, but
We know Helios died before Thea. Because when Thea passes away, Celine says, now you can be with him again. With all your smiles and all of that. You know, there's this anger and resentment. She's getting revenge. She's literally getting revenge for all her mom had her go through. So many times she says in those recordings, like, I know she suffered, but that doesn't make it right. That doesn't make her, you know, right for doing the things she did. Celine's kind of a fucking murderer. Yeah, absolutely.
I know I keep putting this
I'm
off,
pretty
but
sure that's the angle there.
everything has gone way too far this time. This is the part where I say, I'm sorry. So why don't I feel like I am? I try, but it sounds so hollow. What is this shadow inside me? I've felt this before. I can't describe it except that it feels... If I name it, will that make it go away?
That fucking... Dude, that one recording, anyone that's suffered, you know, through bouts of depression or, you know, stuff like that, that one fucking recording hits so hard. Like, it's... You know, like that... Dude. That's the part where I say, I'm sorry, but I don't... Why don't I feel like I am? This one has me
Would it be
fucking
safe for me to
puzzled.
drive afterwards? I had no idea. But what about prep time and recovery? I'm in the middle of a lot right now, so... No. It's... I wouldn't want anyone present. No one can know about this. Everyone is overbearing and controlling, and... I haven't even told a single person about... If they found out I was here, that we were talking...
I still, to this day, she's going for a fucking procedure. think she's getting an abortion. I'm thinking at some point she's pregnant again. Or she was... Either this was before Helios, or this is after Helios. Maybe she becomes pregnant again somehow. There's a point where she doesn't want a kid. Now, here's the kicker. And I think I just got it right now. I think that's Helios. I think exactly. Right where I was going with it, Shepard. I think she planned on aborting Helios and then she didn't. And that was the beginning of the end. Because she realized she was not a fucking mom. And all that pressure of her own... Yeah. Because... Here's the thing. I think it's by law, I think you need to be... Someone needs to be there for an abortion. Like, for you to, like, then someone needs to come pick you up or something. And maybe there were too many things. Maybe, you know, the doctor was like, okay, if you know, if you're gonna abort, we need to know that you're... Maybe she was married, maybe you... Or, you know, we need to know the father's okay with this, or... We need to know that, you know... Clearly you're not making sane decisions right now. You know how it is as a woman when you try to get doctors doing their job. It's not always that easy. So I'm thinking there was something like that. And at some point she was like, yeah, okay, I'm not... You know, I'm gonna keep it, I guess, then. The Astra rejection letter. Oh shit, is that in the ship log, JC? Can you find a reference to that somewhere? If I don't know if there's like a screenshot online or if there's... Because I can't go back to the ship right now. I don't think I can enter it. Was the house scene? Ah, if by any chance someone can find the text or the reference to that, I would love to be able to read it again. But yeah, this... Oh, dude, this... I remember the first time I heard that from...
Would it be safe for me to drive afterwards?
Literally this line. Would it be safe for me to drive afterwards? I was like, oh, it's a doctor. It's an abortion. I don't know. It hit me right away. I was like, it feels like that's what they were talking about. If you're going in for a cancer operation or a very more important procedure, you're not thinking about just driving home afterwards, right? This is an in and out type procedure. And it makes so much sense in the context of the whole Helios thing now. Dude. Brandon, we're onto something, my man. We're getting there. This is... the story was dark, but this is even worse than I thought. Hey Dax, what's up, man? Oh, I think we've seen every final cutscenes, credits, whatever we could have seen. So we're kind of piecing the story together as I'm slowly, you know, making my way towards Hyperion because I wanna see Daddy one more time. I have dad issues myself, so you know. I guess that's why I'm so attracted to that angle of the character. Yeah, I never knew my real father. The man who I considered my father. I loved him very much. Passed away a couple years ago. You know, I'm deep in the father angles in those stories usually. What's up, Greg? How are you doing, man? High caliber 2, nice. There's one thing being dark story, but parroting around as one, and yeah, dude, it's... I must say, I did not see the Celine's a fucking murderer angle happening, but yet here we are. What's up, Greg? Other Greg? I guess we'll go with Greg, J and Greg? I don't know. Or I'm not about to start calling you Fister, by the way. It's gonna make me feel weird. Yeah, we finished everything, Greg. We're currently in open conversation. I just got the last hospital scene today with the final credits. Unless there's something hidden that I've never found, but I don't think so. I think Celine, shut up. She didn't say anything more after I woke up the last time. And I'm pretty sure that was it, so. We're currently piecing everything together. We've been for the last hours or something, so. Ooh. Okay, I want to do a few things here. I want to do that. I want to do this. And now, I'll get one of these just in case. It's a part-time. Do you think she applied to Astra, then found out she was pregnant, had a consultation for the abortion? Oh, dude! Okay, I have two thoughts there. First of all, does Astra even exist? I don't know. But if Astra does exist, applied for Astra, tried to get an abortion because she didn't want to, endure the same fate as her mother, finds out she's being rejected by Astra, doesn't get an abortion. Oh, okay, you're going even further. You think Astra found out she was pregnant, so they sent the rejection letter. I'm thinking maybe she gets the rejection letter and then she's like, well, then I'll have a kid. Like, I'm not gonna be able to get in there, so. The two options are possible. Both of them. Let's see, I'm gonna read it again. Dear applicant, we apologize for the regrettable delay in our response. With a truly humbling amount of applicants to choose from, our expected predicament is both extraordinary and unprecedented. Thorough analysis of your materials. Although we appreciate your interest, we have decided to pursue other candidates whose backgrounds and aptitudes more closely align with our current requirements and future needs. They don't seem to be mentioning anything about her being pregnant, or like, we feel like you should focus on whatever you have going on. I'm thinking she got the rejection letter as she was preparing for the abortion, and then she decided, oh well, then I guess I'm not cut for that. Might as well, keep the kid then. Because I don't think... Nothing indicates that Celine resented Helios the same way Thea resented her. I think Thea resented Helios because her mom was closer with him than she was with her. There's that mention of Thea smiling at him every time. How close they were. I think there's that picture on the side of the bed, which I'm thinking is Thea with... Well, actually, it can't be, because Thea was in a wheelchair. But yeah, anyway, there's mentions of, them being close together. And I think that's what Celine resented Helios for. And also the fact that, she mentions she's near the crib at some point and she's like, this was hard, she says like, oh shit, this was hard. So, but your theory, JC, could very well be true. I mean, it is not, yeah. Ooh. We're on some good... It's interesting because... Oh, man. It's so an angle that I've always... Like, all those little pieces of stuff that I remember thinking about the abortion. We mentioned that in the past. And I never had a proper angle to put it all together, and suddenly the whole Celine's a murderer kind of made it all in a nice little package there. It actually makes sense. Like, I haven't seen a single element that contradicts any of that, which is the first angle I'm approaching where there's not a thing that makes me goes, ah, it kind of doesn't work with this or this. Like, everything fits right now. I'm sure we'll find some stuff that makes it more vague, but right now I'm like, we're on a roll. Who did Celine murder? Her son and her mom, separately. Potentially subconsciously. She crashed her car. Potentially subconsciously. And had a moment of hesitation and didn't save the kid down in the water. She just got up and then realized that, oh my god, Helios. But she hesitated. She knew, you know, like... She could not save him. She was just... I think that part was subconscious, you know, like, she never really wanted him. She was resenting him for his relationship with her mom. And then there's a scene with a fire. There's a fire. The house burns at some point. And Celine is found by the first responders smoking on the porch. She didn't try to save her mom, that was still in the house. Her mom died of encephalopathy, which I believe was caused by lack of oxygen because she was in the burning house with the smoke and everything. Also, she was the astronaut who caused the incident, her guilt, the white shadow and all of that, yeah. The accident, the white shadow is how she escaped her life that she didn't want, you know, not the planet that actually might not even exist. I'm thinking we're pretty sure on that now. It makes way too much sense. This is dark and terrifying. And yeah, what Dax is saying is true. Like, we've always mentioned that during the playthrough, is that she's an unreliable character, so it's... not easy to, you know, make sense of everything, but... I think we're on a... I think we're on a good interpretation there. There's something that feels right about this one. Terrifyingly so, I must add. Oh shit, okay, alright, fuck. I'm not ready for this. Oh no, not this one, I'm dead. I'm just warning you, there's a very high chance that I'm really dead. Fucking... It's open for interpretation in the best kind of way. I agree. I know not everyone agrees with that. I know Kensei, Naz are a bit more critical of the way the story is delivered and the lack of more conclusive information. And I totally get it, by the way. Like, I'm not, you know, I'm not saying they're wrong. Like, I totally get it. But yeah, personally, I love those stories. I really love those. But I totally get it that it can be very frustrating or make people feel like, well, I was doing all that work and I wasn't given anything, you know, like the game kind of cheats you out of a few answers. I know I've been through that with Lost in the past. A lot of people were hoping for a more conclusive story in terms of some of the mysteries. I'm sorry, Naz, if that's misrepresenting. I thought I was being fair, but I felt like that's what you were saying. I misunderstood then. I wasn't, you know. Feel free to correct me then. I legitimately thought that's what you said earlier, so I'm... Like you felt like the game just dragged you along and never gave you any conclusive answers, you know, like more... not conclusive answers, but more like... No, what you said was more coherent clues. You felt like the clues were a bit contradicting themselves. Yeah, sorry. You're right. I was wrong. What's up, Jim? But back to what I was saying with Lost, a lot of, you know, people expecting more conclusive answers in terms of some of the mysteries, and I was okay with not getting those. I was okay with leaving some of the mystery open. I do like that, you know. I do like those stories that leave a lot to... Oh shit. I'm sorry, 4? There's 4 of them in there. Well, there's 4 of them out there now too. Huh. Yeah, Dax, I think there's... Before the Celine's a murderer angle that we just came up with, I was definitely thinking there was quite a significant chance that this could have all been real. I am now convinced it's not, because the rejection letter and all that makes way too much sense. So I think all of this is happening while she's in a mental hospital. After being interned, after the fire and everything situation, you know? And she's stuck in that loop forever. I think that's what's happening now. I'm pretty convinced. It furthers the metaphor of the hospital. It furthers the metaphor of her sitting on the bed at the end to find a place where she can just rest. You know, because she's done. She killed her mother. She's done. She's put in a hospital. She sits on the bed, and she's like, "Yeah, I'm here now. I guess I can be free. This is a." She says it's an empty space. I can do whatever I want now, in here. And well, she's gonna read those books and escape with the story of Taliacaron and believe that she's also on a fucking space adventure, right? Yeah. Yes, Brendan. Yeah, we tried it. Brainy because, I mean, she's completely mental. She's a... If our theory is correct, she's a psychopath. She killed, whether by inaction or negligence, or later by setting a fire, she killed her family, you know? Like, kind of makes sense it would be a mental hospital, yeah. Okay, Brendan. Brendan's just unhinged right now. Like, Brendan after hours. But to be fair, if our theory is correct, we're not about to defend a psychopath, right? To be fair, I'm not gonna say that, Brandon, but I'm not gonna defend a psychopath. Murdering psychopath. Yeah. Yeah, exactly, Naz. Yeah. You know, like, it's kind of weird that, you know, you were just smoking on the porch where your mom was choking inside. And with the thing with your kid, some of your past, let's maybe, you know, get a psych evaluation going. Actually, let's listen to the psych evaluation things again. There's a few interesting things. And actually, Dr. Senzer and Nurse Scott, the two people she thinks she's talking with at Astra, would make perfect sense that they were her doctor and, you know. I mean, in fact, the fucking hospital mentions an isolation room. Isn't it weird to put... I don't know about hospitals in the US, but isn't isolation room a bit of a weird thing for someone who's just got in a spinal, you know, spine accident? Like, she would get in surgery and then would probably be put in a fucking normal hospital room, right? Why is she in isolation? However, if we assume that the isolation is actually Celine's room, then maybe it makes sense. Like, you know, she's a bit crazy right now. Let's put her in a fucking isolation room, right? Yeah, Dax. I mean, let's say it's still an open, interesting thread. That's not an abnormal thing, especially in the 70s. Okay. Well then, let's put a pin in that. Then it might not be might not be the right thing. Okay. Still interesting. This kind of stories... What's up, Bunch in the Case? Welcome in. This kind of stories fuck with me because in the back of my head I'm convinced they're 6 out of 10 chance I'm in a room somewhere staring at a wall, hallucinating this. For all we know, we're all in a simulation, right? What is real? What is even life, you know? I don't think so, for the record, but... How did she come up with the PS5? Maybe there's one in the fucking... We don't know when the Helios future happens. It might be when she's in her 30s, which would put it... Late 30s, put it in, you know, when Helios is about 10 years old. She's in her 40s, maybe. Would put that around the PlayStation release, more than likely. Right, Shepard. Yeah. Okay, this is gonna be a rough room. I think I can handle it, but... Celine's out there right now? Oh my god. I don't know. She wakes up in the morgue each time. Yeah, interesting. What about that? Wait, have I been on at the chest up there? Oh yeah, I was. Never mind. Okay, let's try killing that one. It's gonna be a rough one. Okay, first of all, I wanna grab that. Oh, it's that. Okay, I think that's, all things considered, that's the easiest one we could have gotten. Oh, actually, that was a very bad idea. Was just saving a bit of time until my alt fire came back. Nice, no hit. Cool. You really get better playing the tower. I'm gonna say this. Like, you really get better. It's kind of a gauntlet of, you know, making... Fuck, if only that was Rapid Spitter level 2. Holy shit. That would have been sick, but... Yeah, I'll stick with my gun. What's up, Skimzor? How are you doing? The thing is, in the tower, you fight like 4 of these enemies at the same time. In smaller rooms. With turrets on the sides shooting at you. Like then fighting only one feels slow and easy, you know? It's kind of the... You're Goku coming out of the hyperbaric chamber or whatever it's called and just putting the weights off and you're like, yep, let's go. Oh, I should have taken that. That was stupid. I thought it was a damage augment. Fuck. Is that actually the name? Hyperbaric chamber? I haven't seen Dragon Ball in a long time. Hyperbolic? Okay. Are you sure? No, I trust you, I trust you. What's a hyperbaric chamber? That exists, right? Oh, it's a thing in medicine. Okay. Hyperbaric is a real thing. Yeah. See, I'm not a fucking weeb. I'm a culture individual. I know the real things. I'm kidding. I love a good anime as much as the next guy. I'll get that. I'm a bit behind on my HP right now. Never did I imagine you saying I'm not a fucking weeb. Really? I say that all the time. On like Naz's channel or whatever. When people get into anime, I'm like, ugh, weebs. Disgusting. No, I love a good... I must admit, I haven't watched a lot of anime recently, but I used to love animes back in the late 90s and so on. Well, early 90s, 80s as well, you know, like Saint Seiya, Dragon Ball, all of that stuff. I was a big fan. And then, you know, Evangelion, Cowboy Bebop, all that stuff. I really enjoyed that era of anime. In more recent years, I just kind of stopped watching anime. Just too much of them, and the last one I watched was Attack on Titan, and I was very disappointed with how that went after the first 5 episodes, I think. I still enjoyed quite a bit of it, but it was a disappointment for me. I was expecting something very different, so... Yeah, Brendan. You like anime? By the way, I'm not sure. We have never talked about anime. I don't think so. You used to like anime? Now I'll stick with my gun. Nah. No. Oh yeah? Nice. Yeah, I don't know. It just feels like I must have not watched the right ones recently. Like, I still need to watch a Brotherhood, FMA Brotherhood. I've never watched that one, and I hear it's very good. But yeah, I don't know. Attack on Titan kind of... I heard so many good things about it, and when I eventually got to it, I was so sour after the 5th episode. You know what happens. I was so surprised by the one ending of that one episode where I'm like, holy shit, they're really flipping the script this time around. And then they just go back over it. They just scratch the wonderful thing that they did. And it becomes a shonen. And I'm like, yeah, okay, whatever. I still watched it and I loved a lot of the world building. It's just... oh man, it could have been so much more. But I also hear a lot of good things about my Hero Academia. Yeah, I hear a lot of good stuff about that. You know, I don't know. It's okay. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. What are very good animes people are watching these days? Like, what would be the big one right now? I know One Piece had a lot of hype recently because what, they're getting to the end of the story or something. I haven't watched or read or anything of that. Oh yeah, Brainy? I prefer watching anime in the original version, for sure. Oh, I'm very open, Droid. I'm literally open to anything. Just like with movies or TV shows, I can, like, stories in general, video games, whatever it is, I can get interested in anything as long as I can connect in a way. Ah, there it is. I was feeling there must have been two of those. Avatar: The Last Airbender is getting a live action? Wait, didn't that happen already? Didn't we go down that road already? Huh? I seem to remember it was not very good. Are we sure we want to go there again? Oh, a live action show this time? Yeah. No, I know the Shyamalan one. Yikes. What is good is very subjective. Of course, Droid. I'm more asking what's the big popular thing people would recommend these days, like Attack on Titan 5 years ago, right? Everyone would recommend that to you when you were looking for an anime. What's the new big thing right now, if there's one? Because that's for me, it's often a good place to start, right? Like, start with the big popular thing and then look for more interesting stuff yourself, you know? I know, I've heard of Demon Slayer? Is that a thing? I think I've heard of that at the last convention I was at, like for writing convention, some kids were talking about that. I have not watched Arcane yet. I really want to. It's on my list. Yeah, I need to watch Arcane. I read a bit of Demon Slayer, not enough to recommend. Okay. I mean, I have a lot of, you know, Brotherhood should probably be the next anime I watched because everyone's regarding it pretty highly, and well, haven't seen it yet, so it's probably a good idea. And by the time I'm done watching that, you know, there's probably gonna be another full anime out there with 5 seasons. Because I'm not very good at watching things fast these days. I have a lot of catching up to do with TV shows already, which are my priority right now. You loved Arcane, right? I mean, at least the 2nd season's announced, right? I'm actually, I was actually talking to a publisher who does licensing work and novelization of stuff, and they're actually, you know, they're actually interested in potentially acquiring some rights to do stuff in the League of Legends universe, and we were talking about me potentially working on that if that should happen. But you know, I don't think it's gonna happen, but because Riot is pretty conservative with their licenses. But should that happen, that'd be nice. I would love to write a story about Diana and Leona in that area of the world, you know. Mount Targon, I think. Well, I don't know how it's pronounced exactly, but what's up, the gamer? The Cyberpunk anime is great. I hear a lot of good things about that. Yeah, I haven't played the game yet. I feel like I might one day play the game. That's gonna make me want to watch the anime. I know they're probably not necessary. You know, like you don't have to do one or the other, but it's kind of how my brain works. At one point, I'll either watch the anime and want to play the game, or the other way around. But yeah, I hear good things about it for sure. Overlord is good. Okay, Overlord. I don't think I've heard of Overlord at all. The Tekken one. There's a Tekken anime? Wait, I remember old Tekken anime. Is there a new Tekken anime? Oh, that sucks. New one, it's mediocre. Okay. Well, that solved it. They added a quest for the game regarding the anime. Oh, awesome. Little tie-in, very nice. Yeah, I'll, you know, Cyberpunk is always a game I never had the opportunity to play or wanted to play because, well, first of all, you know, the release was a bit rough. And the only machine I could have played it on was a PS4. And obviously the PS4 version was barely playable, so I wasn't gonna do that. Now, I have a PS5. I'm thinking of giving it maybe one more year, and then I'll potentially get into it at some point. Because I'm still interested, right? And then whenever I get there, maybe I'll watch the anime at the same time. Overlord is about the guy becoming his undead mage MMO character in another world. Okay, Isekai is called, I think, the genre, right? Yeah. I see. Cool, cool. Isekai, yeah. Yeah, nice, nice. Sword Art Online. I think I've read a few volumes of the manga of Sword Art Online. Or maybe the light novel. If there's a light novel version, it's very possible that I read some of that at some point. I have a memory of something. Ooh. What am I rocking right now? You know what? I'll do it. The difference with Overlord is the only player. Okay. Cool. So he's like, yeah, in another world where he's the only player character. There's no other players. Yeah, I get that. Cool. Launch was bad, but it's good now. Yeah. I mean, I'm sure there's gonna be plenty for me to enjoy in there for sure, gamer. Yeah. As long, you know, as long as the game runs well on PS5 and most of the bugs are fixed, I'm sure I'll find a way to have a good time in there whenever I get in there. I seem to be able to... How'd you phrase this? I'm good at liking things. Even some things sometimes that people are not too convinced about, I somehow manage to find a way at liking them. Like Stray was a good example. Especially if there's interesting world building or whatever. Okay, JC, come on. You had to get a last one in, right? Alright. I really love Stray, yeah. Stray was awesome. I thought it was much better than what I was expecting. Yeah, especially I had a lot of negative comments about it here and there on streams and whatever. Personally really liked it. No, still haven't found the scout log level 2, scout log number 2, Brainy. It's out there somewhere. It's playing hard to get. Yeah, Dax, that's nice. I like that. That's Paper Shotgun does a video series called My Favorite Thing. I think Naz might be interested in that based on a conversation we had. I'm not gonna say more for reasons, but that could be a nice thing to look into. But at the same time, I can be pretty critical, right? Dax, it's that weird dichotomy. Is that the right word here? I don't know. About yeah, I don't know. I'm thinking of Oberdeen, you know, that was a bit of a disappointment for me, and by many standards, maybe I'm a bit hard on the game. I don't know. Even though I enjoyed playing it, it was just like a bit let me down a bit towards the end. I don't know. But yeah, I think it's so great to like things. I don't want to like them if they don't do anything for me, right? I'm not forcing myself to enjoy things, but I do like searching for the things that I connect with and then using that as a gateway to get deeper in the game, and then usually in the second phase, like the bad stuff starts creeping towards the surface. Like even Returnal, that I'm loving, you know, that I'm really loving a lot, is I start to grow a bit tired of some of the controls, for instance, like the binding for the grappling hook will drive me insane until the very last minute I play this game, I think. And yeah, I don't know. Ooh. Where is a weapon that I can recycle? Yeah, I'll go find one. Yeah, of course. Something older as a recommendation, and you're fine with subtitles. Older series, same author as Inuyasha, called Urusei Yatsura. The guy ends up engaged to an alien princess. Hilarious chaos ensues. Yeah, that sounds actually pretty funny. When I'm reading this, I'm thinking sort of a slice of life rom-com, but with that supernatural angle, maybe. Ugh, never touching that. Same author as Ranma. Okay, dude, Ranma. I was watching that when I was a kid. It was airing here in... Well, I mean, it was airing on a French TV station, which we watched in Switzerland, of course. So yeah, Ranma was fucking great. I loved Ranma. And looking back, holy shit, how progressive was Ranma for being an 80s thing. Fucking gender-bending character. You know, and all of the things that came with it. I don't remember quite well the plots, and maybe it was very poorly treated, and you know, like, maybe it was relying on cliches and it wasn't that progressive, but just thinking about the gender bending aspect of it is like blows my mind. That was a thing in the 80s, you know? Hey, Infamous, what's up, man? You haven't thought about Ranma in a decade? Yeah, I think I thought about it a couple of months ago. Someone mentioned it. But yeah, same, like, I haven't seen anything of that in 20, 30 years maybe now. What's up, Infamous? Did I say hi, Infamous? If I didn't, hi, Infamous. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, Infamous. We just, I guess, finished the game today. We had the last cutscene and everything, and the last credits, and now we're just enjoying a last run with the game while we're discussing. Well, we talked about the story, and we can still talk about the story and everything. It's still in the open, but we also are talking about anime right now, and you know, just random conversations. It's always fun. Last game you truly enjoy was Monster Hunter World. I really loved World. Big Monster Hunter fan. World was awesome. I wish to return to it one day. I haven't played Iceborne at all. I wish to one day return to Monster Hunter World. I haven't played Rise, no. I didn't have a Switch. I don't have a Switch. And when it came on PC, I was already in other things, so I didn't have the opportunity to get into it, so... Maybe one day, who knows, yeah. Rise wasn't your cup of tea? Okay. That's fair, I think it's quite different, right? A bit more of that old school Monster Hunter vibe to it, that maybe doesn't work for you. Okay. Oh my god. I don't know if you saw what happened there. This is ridiculous. I was about to slash with melee, and my character decided to just, instead of dashing forward, as it always does when you melee, it decided to fall and grab the ledge. Absolute shambles, man. So it's interesting because my weapon level is pretty low right now, but I feel like I'm getting carried by the traits. Obviously the traits, you know, you would not have them at this level normally. And I feel like the traits really make a big difference. High Caliber is just shredding right now. Come on. Wasn't the cleanest, but we're alive. Being alive is what matters, right? Okay, let me catch up on chat. Sorry about that. The wire bugs had a lot to the gameplay. Yeah. I've seen a stream or two. It seems to be very interesting. MHW was more atmospheric. What I liked in MHW, and I think I would miss in Rise, is the tracking. I know it's not a very important mechanic, it doesn't mean much, but I love just the science aspect of it. You're tracking and you're like observing the beast from a distance. You know, that's how I played it, right? You observe the beast, you look at their attitude and all that, and I don't know, like, to me that's the fun part of Monster Hunter too, you know, the science aspect of it. The fighting is great, but it's, you know. Right, yeah. Yeah, Infamous? Yeah, I don't know. It's sometimes you can't really explain, right? It works in a way, and what's your main weapon in Infamous? Okay, JC, come on. Thank you. Yes. Infamous? What am I saying? Infamous? Oh, okay. Infamous. Sorry. Thank you. Apologize for the mispronunciation. It's like analysis and analysis. Infamous. Thank you. Most weapons, but ranged. Oh, yeah? Nice. I don't meet a lot of ranged main. Interesting. Very nice. My main was always the great sword. You know, love the great sword. I do like the gun lance. The gun lance was always basically the way I usually like to approach it is I play the gun lance through new content because it's safe. You can observe the monsters while guarding, and you know, it's a bit safer. And then when I actually farm, I get on the fucking greatsword and I just smash everything because it's you know. Is that an anime, Droid? Monster Hunter 2? Oh, dude. Speaking of Monster Hunter, has anyone watched the fucking movie? Oh my god. Yeah. How was it? How to put this? I did not love it. No. I don't know. It was just bad. Not as bad as expected. You know, I actually, I'm with you on that. It actually looked like some of the... I don't like the military getting in angle. You know, that was silly, but in terms of how bad it could have been, it was, yeah, you're right. It was definitely better than what could have been expected there. But yeah, not great. I didn't play Iceborne Infamous. I do want to get into it at some point. Yeah, I would love to get into Iceborne one day, maybe. Oh, that's convenient. Nice. I don't have a malfunction, but I think should I go fish for a malfunction? That's a bad idea, isn't it? It's gonna bite me in the ass if I try. Yeah, the grapple hook. Yeah. I think was the big one. You could like direct monsters with it or whatever. Well, you know what? Let's go. Let's see. Okay, so first of all, I'm gonna do this. I have played the Hades, yeah. Yeah, Brandon. I really enjoyed the Hades. I was constantly surprised by the amount of dialogue that the game kept throwing at me at every fucking restart. It never feels like I heard a single repeated line. It was just constantly surprising me. The evolution of the weapons with their you know, different versions of the weapon, like the godly versions or whatever it was very I did not expect them to change the gameplay as much as it did. It basically felt like getting brand new weapons every time, right? When you unlocked a new thing on them. And I don't know, just a fucking great game, yeah. I did not care for the ending of the narrative. I was expecting more. I was a bit disappointed in that. It felt like it was building towards something with the gods and just it kind of fell flat. Like, oh, we're all friends again, let's have dinner. Oh okay. That, you know, I was expecting a bit more of an epic conclusion, but it was alright. I would have liked to know more about what was his name? Zagreus and Thanatos. I felt like we could have had a bit more substance there for their relationship, but again, small complaints, like nothing, you know. God of War style ending? No. I was about to ask old God of War and new God of War, but I think no in both cases. Doom? I mean, I played Doom when I was a kid. You know, like the actual first Doom games quite a bit. I have not... I've played a little bit of 2016 and I haven't played Returnal. But the old Dooms, yeah, big fan. God of War 3, I haven't played 3. Believe it or not, I was not a big fan of the old God of Wars. I played the first one and half of the second, I think. I was not a huge fan of God of War. I like the newer one quite a bit. I love Norse mythology, but the first two were great for the time. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it was just... I think at the time I was not into those styles of games, right? I was searching for something different. You didn't like the third? Okay. Third was PS3, right? PS2, and PS3. Yeah, Droid. Yeah, I like the new one. I have issues with the newer one. We'll have plenty of time to get into it once I replay it, because sometime next year I'm gonna replay the first God of War and we'll play the second one then. I'm gonna save myself on the second one, I'm not gonna play it on my own. What kind of alerts Life is Strange going to have? Oh, dude. I didn't think of that. I have work to do tonight. But yeah, it's gonna be good. Depending on the alerts of Returnal for Life is Strange, and depending on what the sounds and everything is in Life is Strange, I might keep the Returnal sounds for Dark Souls 3 and transition later, because we're gonna go back in Life is Strange after DS3, right, with the second one, or the prequel first and then the second one. So maybe I'll I think changing for every game, even when we do smaller ones, is quite a bit of work. Sometimes for alerts we don't even hear. So maybe the play is to just do the big games, right? The ones that have really memorable sounds and everything. For this one, I mean, it's pretty obvious I'm gonna find some cool shit. But yeah, we'll see. Feels like home. Hi, Dad. Yeah. It feels right that we're here for a big finale. One final encounter with our dad. Okay, let's see if the clouds are not the fucking same. So that was actually a random occurrence. The face in the clouds was actually random. And we spent 20 minutes here thinking about the implications of that fucking cloud. Because it looked like a face literally coming in the middle of the moon and then disappearing again. Celine, the moon, the father, the figure, you know. Insane. I cannot believe that was random. Well, I mean, I guess $10 unless the fucking clouds are randomly generated, which is more likely, you know, that it's like a particle engine that just randomly generates something. I can, very much so. Yeah, I mean, you were here, right? So you know it happened. No, I mean, $10. We watched it repeat, but it might have been, like, it might start a seed, right? Of how the clouds are moving. And then it repeats the same randomly generated loop every time. Oh, in fact, look at this. The face is here on the left up there, behind the pillar. So it's basically just the rotation that is different. The rotation's different, but the face appears here. You can see it. Left of the pillar. The theory remains! Why is it not centered with the moon this time, though? What does that mean? Those are textures. Yeah, okay, fair. I think it means Celine's a murderer. Alright. Time to dive into... What were we talking about earlier that I wanted to triple check? Okay, first things first, I want to check something about Hyperion. By the way, I want to point out, if I win this fight, I will have never died to any boss ever, except the one fucking time JC challenged me to beat Frike without any upgrades, and I died. That was the second time I fought Frike. I still cannot believe that I did that. I would have had a clean fucking sheet. Alright, Naz, alright. Anyway, look at Hyperion. Not there. Look at the haircut. The long, mid-length hair parted in the middle. Right? Strange figure. And now you compare it to... We compare it to, this. The figure on the left there. The bottom, middle, the one that's turning right there at the corner on the left. Look at his haircut and hair length. Dude, it could be a coincidence, but I think that's her dad. Which we know that scene doesn't really happen, right? She's imagining her dad being here. Maybe her mom on the right, potentially. Okay, Brandon. Maybe he is. I mean, he left. That motherfucker, you know? He doesn't have a face, no. And here's Helios, but we know Helios is not a kid. We know the dad's probably not alive anymore if she dies when she's old. But she's imagining all that because that's how she remembers them. Her kid died when he was this age. She doesn't remember it, you know? Maybe they... Naz? You're gonna send me on a fucking journey again. He went for SIGs a while ago. What's up, Aces? Yeah, I don't know what's up with Hyperion. I think it was... The vibe that I'm getting from her dad, based on Hyperion, is that he was a very intense individual that might have been abusive. We've seen that there's signs of abuse in the home that I... You know, believe could have marked the kids when they were younger. We know there's a missing kid, by the way. What the fuck is up with that? There's a missing kid. Alex or whatever. Which I believe was Celine's brother. Or, I don't know. Maybe an imaginary friend? Very possible. Yeah, not wanting to wake the monster, you know? Like the piano tune that she learned from him. And again, that idea that bothering him while he's playing on his piano, he just, you know, pushes you away and wants you to leave him alone. That's exactly the attitude he has when he moves away from the piano, right? The organ, when you fight during the boss fight. And he looks, I mean, look at the fingers and everything. Looks like the representation of Thea that we know, you know, with the long fingers, tentacles and all that. It looks very similar. Yeah, it's not a very beautiful representation of a father. Siren songs in my son. Phantom. Hope might break. Stars, siren songs, incomprehensible. Hold fast, my son. Okay, there's another idea there. I don't know if I believe in it quite as much, but what if that's the husband of Celine and the father of Helios? Also a father figure, by the way. But stars, it's the night. Siren songs, something happened, an accident. Incomprehensible. What happened? Why? You know, what do you mean a crash? Hold fast, my son. The son's drowning, probably trying to reanimate him. Please just come back, you know, like hold on, you know, like hold fast. I looked up the meaning, but I need to look at it again. A firm grip, yeah. Like hold on to life, you know, like, and then the kid dies. My son, Helios. I don't know. There's ideas here that this could actually be Celine's husband and Helios' father, not her dad. Still a father figure. Maybe they played piano together. You know, there could still have been that situation of... No, I don't think so, Shepard, because we see the silhouette of Helios above the grave looking down. Yeah, of course, $10. I mean, there's all kinds of interpretation there. But the old fast my son makes me believe that, you know. Or, and again, oh my god, I think I just got it. I think the second kid might have been Helios. Maybe that's how they called him. Again, that idea of a name of the... Celine says it's a name from the family, Helios, for her kid. What if that was her brother, who died at a young age for some reason? Siren songs, you know, an accident or something again. Or maybe... Okay, maybe there were 2 kids in the accident, because there's a mention of 2 children in the report of Thea's accident. One that's missing, one that's been found, Celine, and one that's missing. Maybe there was a second kid in the car that got drowned or disappeared in the current, or well, there's no current in the lake, but you know what I mean. Maybe the other kid just didn't get found in the lake, you know, or at least not immediately. And maybe there was this notion of Hyperion liked Helios more than Celine. Maybe she felt that's why she sees the father figure this way. And maybe this, when she names her kid after a lost brother, and her mom starts to like him even more, maybe because it reminds him of the kid she lost, right? And she still thinks Celine is responsible for that. Both her career and her kid that she lost. Or maybe Thea never actually lost her career because she had kids. Because of the accident. Maybe she lost her career because of she got pregnant and had a family. And then the accident happened. I think the accident, like Thea's accident, there's 2 accidents. Thea's accident, I think, was not on purpose, but I think Celine was responsible for it because she mentioned something, said something about maybe the White Shadow or whatever, and that led Thea to just be like, what's happening? And then drove off the road, you know? I don't know. There might be more to that, or maybe she also resented her kids for the loss of her career, and then resented Thea because Thea was Celine, because Celine was the only one alive anymore. I don't know. Yeah, I guess that kind of makes sense. That the only thing that makes me doubt that theory is the fact that the name Alex is crossed on the fucking drawing. If the name Helios was crossed, that would be conclusive proof that I would feel on the right track. Not conclusive, but I would feel very much on the right track. The fact that the name is Alex is a bit confusing to me. I'm mad that the name Alex is there. But then everything fits outside of that. If we assume that she had a brother named Helios, it kind of fits. I don't think that checks out, Droid, because on the drawing it was clearly her mom, her dad, and Alex, who was born before her, I'm assuming. Oh, I think the siren songs, the way I interpreted it was the actual sirens, you know, like I think that's what happened, yes. Crossed him out after he died. But what doesn't work for me is the fact that his name is Alex. If it was Helios, it would make perfect sense. Her brother was named Helios, perfectly fits with the mythology, and then she named her own son after him. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, Captain Dax. Yeah, it's the stars. It's at night. You hear the siren songs, the ambulances coming in, the cops and everything. Incomprehensible. What do you mean an accident? What is my family okay? And then, well, I mean, here's your wife. She's in bad shape. Your daughter's fine. We can't find your son. And then, like, oh shit, you know, Right, yeah, that's true too, Dax. That's a very good point. Yeah. And it fits the idea of that music calling for us, right? Actually, that's an interesting take. The way the organ almost sounds like sirens, you know, for an emergency. The reinterpretation of that song, Don't Fear the Reaper, made to sound like almost like a dark, you know, like And by the way, there's a very good chance we're completely overthinking this, but it is so fascinating. Yeah, Dax, for sure. I remember mentioning in the very first biome that everything looked like it was floating on the water rather than in the wind. That proved out to be very interesting, right? In retrospect. So I'm going to think the Alex thing. Someone mentioned an imaginary friend. Let's look at our scout's log again. What if Alex was Celine's imaginary friend after her brother died? Kind of like, you know. Ah, no, that doesn't make sense. I don't know. Okay, let's go from the beginning and figure that out. One thing I'm sure, I'm not gonna say it, Brendan, but yeah, she's a murderer. I'm pretty sure of that. Yeah, that exactly, $10. That Alex thing, only one mention, so weird. And then there's that hospital thing with the... She draws the story like one day they're gone. No. No. I was gonna say, the story Celine writes is that one day she wakes up and people are gone in the house. Mom, you know, it was mom, me, and my brother. We were three of us, a family. The father was not in the picture anymore. And then, one day they leave. She wakes up and she's alone at home. And she goes out, she tries to find them in the forest nearby. And she hears a call, someone calling for her, but she never actually finds them. She never finds her brother. And I think what it says is that, you know, she never finds them again. So, if we really wanted to go very dark here, you know, did her mom bring Alex in the forest? Get rid of him? We're getting into some serious shit right now. I don't think there's any conclusive evidence of that, but maybe because I don't know. I mean, there's a theme of repeating patterns, right? So why would our mom not be equally murderous as we are? I don't know. I think that's maybe not substantiated enough, but... That whole thing with the missing kid at the accident scene is very weird. I don't know what to make of that.
Someone else is here. An astronaut, but that's impossible. Is it guiding me or following? It reminds me of the old photos my mother showed me. The type of suit she would have worn if not for the accident. But something from the Apollo era couldn't withstand this atmosphere.
Yeah, droid, I guess. I don't see that's where that's where I diverge from some opinions, is that I'm seeing the conflicting informations and it makes me want to figure why it's conflicting. Like I want to take it, you know, as a there has to be an answer. And I'm going to look for it. I don't like the idea of it's just a red herring, right? It's... Yeah. I do want to figure it out. I think the hints are in there somewhere. There's so many lines of text, right? With all the scout logs, the things you see during the house and hospital scenes. Like, there's so much. It's impossible to remember it all. I've played this over a month, almost a month. Impossible for me to remember everything. So it's hard to put everything together. There's so many words, right? It's. I should be taking notes and. I'm trying to find potentially something, you know. Don't over stress about it. Oh, dude, I will. That's what I enjoy. I'm a writer. I like, you know, it's in my blood, that type of shit, you know. It feels the same as when I'm writing my own stories and there's stuff that doesn't work together and it's like, okay, this is not a problem. I want those two elements to work and they don't work together right now. How can I make this into something coherent? And that's usually when the great ideas come out, because you're being forced to find a solution of something you did not think of, right? That's where the originality of your stories come from. You put two things that seem pretty obvious but that don't work with each other, and then you try to find the fucking way to make them work. A wizard did it. Yeah, it's magic. Shut the fuck up. What's up, Kimi? How are you doing, Kimi? I don't know, Droid. I don't have a preference. I like either. The most important part is that it's well done. I don't, you know, if it's a first person, it needs to be well done. I don't want jumping perspectives. I don't want colored. If it's a first person, keep it in first person, right? Like, give me the information, the character. Don't have a narrator voice coming in and disturbing that, or... And again, if you make that and it works, that's fine. It's possible to make it work well, but I like the more immersive first person, you know. My two published novels are both in first person. I will say that. Hey, what's up, Mazar? How are you doing?
heading straight for the signal source again. Scaling the wall should be an easy task this time. More of the history of this world is certainly over on the other side. But do you see the white shadow? This phrase is calling me. It's reached the point that I can't hear anything else.
Dracula works are first person by letters. Yeah, I love epistolary, I think it's called in English. I kind of like that. My second novel actually has sort of epistolary stuff in between chapters. In between the main chapters, there's bits and pieces of recordings that are being transcribed, a couple letters here and there. And yeah, I actually quite like that. I want to write a book purely in dialogue form at one point. No description, no perspective, just purely dialogue from the beginning to the end. I think I'm gonna do that at some point. Needs an interesting delivery. I mean, it's about character of voice for the most part, right? If you're doing like a first-person novel, think, I don't know, Hunger Games, right? Like one of the easiest examples to pick from recent decades, the past decade of literature. It's, you know, very straightforward, but the character has a very strong voice, right? It's a simple story. It's not very complicated. It's young adult fiction, but the main character has an interesting voice from the start. You know, like you can feel her personality coming through, and that's the best part. I think it needs to feel like a fully fleshed character. The risk I find in first-person narratives is that the writer comes through a bit too much in the voice of the character. Like the character feels just like a projection of the writer, and then that's not what I enjoy. I need to feel like there's a real character here. But yeah. Like a sock puppet, yeah. Yeah, self-insertion is called in the, you know, in the industry. Self-insertion, like when the writer puts themselves as their character, which is, you know, something a lot of new writers do when they start out because it's easy, but it's not usually the best. Like, it doesn't make for a very interesting character most of the time. It can work, yeah, sure. I mean, again, anything can work. That's my that's really, I think, my only writing only thing I know for true in writing is that anything can work. It's just a matter of doing it well, right? There's no magical best way to do anything. It's just like, as long as you make it good, it can work, right? And again, good is totally subjective too, so it's never gonna work for everyone. That's the main part, I think.
The woman who was supposed to step on the surface of another world was Mom. Thought she'd be proud of me following in where her footsteps may have taken her if she'd had the opportunity. Is that why I'm here? To go where she couldn't? Seeing that house again feels as though she's still judging me.
I think, Deb owed. She thinks she owes her mother to become an astronaut, which she couldn't. She was rejected by Astra. Now, here's the interesting thing. I think JC was kind of right in terms of someone being rejected because they were pregnant. I think that was Thea. I don't think Thea actually couldn't become an astronaut because of the accident. I think it was because of, you know, because we know Thea didn't step on the surface of the moon. That was in the early 70s, right? But Celine was very young then. She probably would have been born around the time where Thea should have invested herself in that career. The accident happened when Celine was a bit older already, right? Probably late 70s. They weren't going to the moon anymore at this point, I don't think. When was the last time humans went to the moon? 72? Yeah. So when, you know, Don't Fear the Reaper came out in 76, that's the moment where the era of the accident and all that. Nobody was going to the moon anymore at this point. So I think the resentment, the judgment already started at this point because, well, I mean, she wanted maybe the kids, but she still, that cost her a career. There was mention of she couldn't get into her career because of the accident. I wonder if the accident is not actually, we mentioned that in the past, but not the real accident, but getting pregnant might have been the accident. I don't know. But then again, whatever the matter is that later the accident happened. Because at first it seems that Celine and Thea went along just fine. Like she was showing her pictures of astronauts and I don't know. Then again, poor relationships like with narcissistic parents and abusive parents aren't always continuously bad, right? There's good times in those moments, which is why it's so hard to escape them. Because you hang on to those good moments and you're like, clearly this can be good sometimes, so we can make this work, but it never does, right? Too many self-inserts or Mary Sue's and Gary Stu's, yeah, for sure. Not to mention leaving isn't always a viable option. Yeah, of course. Yeah, it's... Yeah. So, the cycle of abuse and just the pressure situations in like the control some people have because of money reasons or family reasons or whatever. Just fucking awful, right? Manipulation, yeah. Just took a pre-sleep nap. Nice done.
I know these recorded logs will be psych-evaluated, but that isn't why I'm hesitant to return to my life. The idea of waking up to routine, gym, coffee, books, interacting with people, sleeping, rarely dreaming. It sounds so alien now.
I wonder if actually those logs could be stuff she recorded while she was in a mental hospital, you know? Like, we were on that angle of she ended up there. Maybe she recorded those logs while she was in recovery or whatever. And then there's a point where, like, I don't want to return to real life. Like, it doesn't make sense for me. I'm good here in my imaginary world, right? Yeah. What's Origo in mythology? I don't think I've looked that up. Is Origo the name of the mothership? I think it is, right? Can't remember.
I should have ignored this place all those years ago. I shouldn't have abandoned everyone to come here. Because nothing changed. I sat at the piano and for once, I felt... The music is calling me now. How do I stop this? I don't want to become that woman who speaks madness with my voice. those years ago. I shouldn't have abandoned everyone to come here.
I'm not sure. Did she return to the house? You know, this place, the house, right? All those years ago. Has nothing changed? Did she abandon something, a certain life she had to come back here? A new cycle could be interpreted as reproducing the patterns of her mother, you know?
I'm starting to see patterns that I know are not there. I cannot trust my memories. The planet knows me better than I know myself. The hive mind and the severed are real. Helios is real. The astronaut is missing. I haven't found it anywhere. Where has it gone? Hard times have come. I don't remember much about my childhood. What remains of the house isn't anything worth recalling. Mother was always herself. I wasn't that bad, was I?
I wasn't. That line just fucking every time. I'm like, there's something there that I don't quite understand.
What remains of the house isn't anything worth recalling. Mother was always herself.
I mean, clearly she's being
Was I?
either abused or she's being put under pressures of expectations she cannot meet and feels guilty for it or insufficient. And I wasn't that bad. That's clearly a kid that has no self-confidence, right? But I can't. It makes me feel like it should connect to something a bit more than it does right now.
Yes, it was me. I caused the downfall. Exquisite sacrifice. When I plunged into the depths, the drowning Sphinx asked me this riddle at the cost of my soul. How do you heal a wound within a body that cannot be healed?
I caused the downfall. Exquisite sacrifice. Sacrificing her kid for an escape, freedom, you know, maybe. Yeah. Black sunrise beneath the ocean. I don't know. The hospital from the tower is very dated. That's true. It looks like a hospital from the 70s, but I do still think that Celine is in a mental institution. If we assume that this is all in her head, right? I'm really thinking that's the play here. After, you know, after she caused the death of her son and her mom, she ended up here. And that's when all of this happens. All the psych evaluations, all the you know, taking her meds that she doesn't do. Maybe at one point she returned to her home, I don't know. Oh, that's interesting.
I have seen the jet black skull behind the visor of the astronaut. I recognize parts of myself within those shadows, fighting to be free. If it can show the world one face, then another. Have I met it before? What was the name that sat on its head? Was it the first one who said, "Do you see the white shadow?"
Was it the first one who said, "Do you see the white shadow"? More than one people said that then.
I remember everything now. I know why I deserve to be here. The crash. That's why I belong. It's always the crash I return to.
Yeah, the two crashes, in fact. Oh shit! Brandon, if you're here, is Brandon here? It's probably live, right? Oh my god.
Stars under the abyss are siren songs. I choose to obey. The gravity that only affects my mind has shifted.
And Dax, we were just talking about that, right?
Stars under the abyss are siren songs. I choose to obey. The gravity that only affects my mind has shifted. Clusters of seaweed coral its tentacles. Bases fixed to starlight that is incomprehensible and dark. Hold fast, my son.
Stars under the abyss are siren songs I choose to obey. The gravity that only affects my mind has shifted. I choose to obey.
Why has my transfer been delayed? I have ways to deal with them.
Why has my transfer been delayed to back home? Would it? Okay, I need help from the English speaking world there. When she says, "Why has my transfer been delayed?" Could it be being transferred out of the mental hospital back home? Could we phrase it that way, or is it just not a phrase you would say? Transfer, yeah, that's what I was wondering, like, or does it just mean transfer to another department, maybe a lighter, you know, a more relaxed unit, or, yeah. But could it be used as a way to say, you know, discharged going back home? Yeah, that's the word, fuck. Yeah, likely another department. But this is very interesting.
Why has my transfer been delayed? I have ways to deal with that. Delusions? No, they're helping me stay balanced. I've made a lot of progress. What is everyone expecting to find? If they shine a light at me, they'll see the shadow they expect every time.
Yeah. She's clearly in a more severe state when she gets in, right? Or maybe under surveillance because they think she's dangerous after killing her family. And then she wants to be transferred to a lower, you know, more relaxed, you know, that line. Oh, Emmy, did you Were you here once when we listened to the line of, if I name it? Does that ring a bell to you, if I name it? Because if not, there's going to be an interesting one you need to listen in a couple minutes there. Not even, actually, we're almost there. Okay. Here it gets interesting.
To be a scout is to be on the front lines of discovery. Exactly. One of my specialties is making connections that others miss, as itemized in my fieldwork report. No, No, they died a long time ago. Yes, I understand it's one way. That's why I signed up. There are no attachments pulling me back.
I mean, this could do, you know, this could be something like she's imagining that she's getting into Astra again. Or maybe that's when she actually applied for Astra the first time, and they're asking about her family, and no, she says they died. I mean, her brother might have died, her father might have died, maybe, but Thea was still alive at this point. But she hesitates, right? They're, you know, her family, her mom. She hesitates, so she clearly, you know, they died a long time ago. She's brushing it off. I think she might be lying there. So it could be when she applied for Astra the first time, yeah. Here's the fucking, now 99.9% sure abortion
Would it be safe for me to drive afterwards?
appointment.
I had no idea. But what about prep time and recovery? I'm in the middle of a lot right now, so... No. It's... I wouldn't want anyone present.
Chronologically, it makes
No one
sense
can know about this.
with the application.
Everyone is overbearing and controlling, and I haven't even told a single person about... If they found out I was here, that we were talking...
It makes sense. The between those two. Oh. And here's the big one. That's the fucking one that gets me every time. It's a bit sad, Emmy. I'm just a warning. It gets a bit too real.
I need to talk. I know I keep putting this off, but... Everything has gone way too far this time. This is the part where I say... I'm sorry. So why don't I feel like I am? I try, but it sounds so hollow. What is this shadow inside me? I've felt this before. I can't describe it except that it feels... If I name it, will that make it go away?
That happens, in my opinion, a bit later now. There's a chronology there, but that happens later. That's when she, you know, realizes what she's done. And she's talking to herself, imagining that she's talking to the people she killed unintentionally or intentionally or subconsciously. But she's not sorry. She just, you know, wanted to escape, so... There's this darkness inside that she cannot describe, you know? And if I name it, will that make it go away? That's a fucking line, right? That one hits very deep. And the acting is just absolutely perfect, by the way.
A moment of hesitation.
And then, after the
Now he's gone.
death of the kid, she goes
Did I
home.
remain? Did I even survive the initial impact? What a horrifying life I've walked into. I turn around and notice the front door is already closed behind me before I was even aware that my hand had locked the deadbolt. Mother, I'm home.
I'm thinking, actually, between the moment Helios died and the moment the fire happens, there's a long period of time where she's taking meds, still seeing psychiatrists, you know, taking care of her mom the best way she can, which is apparently not very well. because she hates her so deeply. And a lot of stuff happens during that period of time, I think. I think there's been a lot of in and outs of hospitals. And then there's the fire. And then, you know, she probably... They probably put her in a hospital again, right? Right back there. We saw Celine push her mom down. Did we? That rings a bell. Oh yeah, she pushed her to the ground, you mean, not down the like the stairs or whatever, right? I think that's... I don't know, maybe. I'm thinking that's more symbolism than anything else, but... maybe. I mean, the thing is, I don't think we need that to explain that she died because of the fire, because, like, if she was in the house with the fumes, the smoke and whatever, lack of oxygen, brain damage, encephalopathy and death is very likely, right? So... But that might have been a fight, that the last straw, you know, that broke the camel's back. And who knows, right? But because the scene, if I remember correctly, wasn't... It didn't feel like a very hard push, you know? That wasn't the one. Droid, have a good night. Thanks for being here. Right, yeah.
I told you to leave me alone.
It's very strange that the mom is represented as pregnant every time. I wonder if... Could she have lost the kid while she was pregnant? And maybe Celine was already doing those drawings, like, oh, yeah, I'm gonna have a little brother, his name's gonna be Alex, because whatever, I read that book with Alex and his tangerines or whatever. So my brother in my mind's gonna be named Alex. And then maybe there was... The kid never was born, you know? I don't know. Or maybe he was. Maybe she remembers her being pregnant with Helios. If we assume that her brother was also Helios, right? I don't know. This is... No, this is... We can see the subtitle here. It's pretty clear. That's the mom. Then there's always the theory that Celine and Thea are the same person, but that's going a bit too far, I think. And then she metaphorically causes the crash right there. Interesting, the idea that she would crash in the same spot, right? She's returning to the same spot of the crash where her life first changed, to change it again. And then she swims back up instead of helping her kid. And then realizes what she's done. Right there.
Helios.
Yeah. Maybe, yeah, maybe, JC, for sure. And I mean, a pregnant belly is very much a representation of of a mother, right? It's the most obvious symbol through the history of time, I guess. So it could be simply symbolic.
I cannot atone, so I accept. When I laid on the side of the road dying, I understood the truth. This is my home. The sense of belonging I was searching for is here. This is my place in the stars. I will stay here now, as you will.
Yeah, I don't know. Mother, I'm home. Yeah. Oh shit. As you will. I will go there now, as you will.
That hospital. I remember the unreasonable silence. I remember the vase, but it wasn't empty, not then. Poppies. It was filled with beautiful white poppies. They were unwanted, as was I.
Does anyone know if the white puppies have like a symbolic significance in terms of, you know, flowers are usually attached to meaning. I wonder if these ones in particular have a known meaning about them. If anyone knows that, that'd be great. Peace offering. Oh, okay. Yep. All right. Yeah. That didn't work out, huh?
20 weeks and 3 days. No, not much kicking. Very still. Calm. No, just me today. My partner can't make it, and my mother... no, I wouldn't want that. I know already, actually. A boy. It's a boy. Yes, we have. A name for my family.
It's interesting. It really makes me feel like one of these, you know, these games where you collect logs and you slowly put the story together and you get all those information. I'm thinking, I don't know, Gone Home or stuff like that. It feels a bit like that, except they decided to remove half the logs and information you needed to actually get it, you know? That's a bit how it feels.
Mother told me, again and again, that I was an insolent child. It wasn't until I too had a child, so stubborn and wild, that I heard her words spoken from my own mouth.
Yep.
I thought I could be safe in her arms. Wanted, protected, respected. Everything I didn't have given freely at last. Just another deception.
There's a thought here about what if after Helios passed, she was hoping that she could become closer with her mom because they experienced a similar thing. But that didn't work, right? Oh yeah, JC? Interesting.
Crash. I always return to the crash. The moment of creation.
Yeah, $10.
Mine and hers. Shattered. Both of us. Blown apart. Both seeking atonement. Both craving forgiveness. But neither able to ask for it. And neither able to grant it.
Mm-hmm.
The suit keeps me safe, alive, but it takes so much away.
The suit, I truly believe, represents her, the walls she raised around herself and her emotions and her memories and everything, you know.
Smooth resistance of a piano's keys.
Maybe it symbolizes the drugs she has to take in the hospital
Sun on my face.
that dampens her emotions, her
Someone
feelings.
else's skin against mine.
To me, it totally...
One day.
Or that, JC, that... Oh, dude, that's a very good... JC's on fucking point, what the hell? That's a very good point. She's imprisoned in the suit. All the time. We never see her out of it in you know, the game. Huh. Or the... You know... I was thinking... It also reminds me of antidepressants. You know, the way she says, like... It keeps me safe and alive, but takes so much away. The sensations and everything, like, you know, when certain... I mean, I've never taken any myself, but I've heard that people who are taking antidepressants sometimes feel like it inhibits any type of emotion. The bad ones, of course, but the good ones too. Makes you a bit more... I don't know what the word is. Apathetic or apathic? I'm not sure which the... Apathetic, I think it is? Yeah, pathetic. Right. I don't know. Maybe.
Memories. Clearer and clearer. Ever since I saw that tower. The hospital. The flowers. Mother in her bed. Her coldness. Judgment, never letting me forget.
I don't know. Beautiful, JC. That would have been a perfectly appropriate subtitle. I agree. Oh,
I would not investigate a signal unless specifically authorized.
This one's
to
gonna be
do so
interesting.
by Astra Command. Of course. Feel free to ask. Yes, it was a long time ago. My priorities are different now. You're right, of course. Loss, grief. It is the hole that cannot be filled, but I am more than that. Look at my record. I have given everything for this role. I will continue to do so. I was wondering when you would ask about her.
I think that's when she's being transferred from department to department.
I was
Yeah,
wondering
exactly,
when you
JC.
would ask about her. knew her as an astronaut in training, one of the chosen few. To me, she was just... Mother. She taught me... resolve. She taught me to depend only upon myself. Not inspiration, no. More like... a shadow. I stood with him. She called me 3 times a day after I left. Never asked about my studies or my friends, or my partners, my dreams. Every word was a complaint. She was bored. She was in pain. She was disappointed. Always disappointed. Her hand on my throat, even hundreds of miles away. I know she was lonely, scared, but she should have let me go.
That's the interesting period of life, of time after Celine's was a child when she grew up and left the home, and before she returned there at some point. There's not a lot of information about that period of her life. I'm assuming she meets someone, she gets pregnant, all of that happens at this time. I am worthy of ascend in the tower. The tower symbolizes the hospital. I wonder if that department, like if there's an idea of getting to that higher level, quieter, more relaxed department in the hospital she's in.
In the pool, she was...
Oh.
In the pool, she was free. Her legs hung uselessly, but her arms were all she needed. Boosting through the water, spacewalking again. She would tilt her face upwards to the glass ceiling and let the sunlight play across her sallow skin, witnessing Earth rise. She wouldn't smile, not even then, but she looked younger. The journey home after the pool was always silent, forgetting, remembering, a mercy.
Yeah, a lot of stuff there about that whole relationship. I tried to focus on the one that addressed the relationship between the two. And interestingly, I haven't found anything that completely invalidates our theory. I feel pretty good about that. What's up with Therma? Feels good. Feels good. I think, I don't think we'll get perfect answers. I think the few answers we had were good. I think they were decent. I liked them. I'm gonna keep thinking about this game. Probably I'm gonna read, watch videos on it, probably video essays, and I'll keep having more thoughts about it. I'm sure it's never gonna be completely gone. But I think a lot of the main elements we've managed to put together in a way that at least there, going through the scout logs and thinking about the game, nothing really invalidates it. So that's pretty interesting. That's more than I was hoping. Jacob Geller has a Returnal video. So I'm not gonna do it now or intentionally look for it. If you know of something that's very interesting, for instance, you want to share it, I might listen to it, like the logs that I missed or whatever. But I'm not gonna, like, you know, myself look for them now or anything. But if there's one that you think of or something specific, I'm more than happy to listen to them. Yeah, man, I don't know. Many, that was an adventure. That was an adventure and a half. Really enjoyed the gameplay. Really enjoyed the narrative. Of course, the audio-visual aspects were out of this world. Some of the best I've ever seen in a video game. This boss fight that we're gonna do one last time before calling it is absolutely one of the greatest boss fights in video game history for me. Yeah, I mean, 25 episodes, almost 140 hours of streaming this game, and couldn't be happier. That was a great adventure. I'm looking for the next one that's gonna feel this way to me, you know? I don't know. I don't know if Dark Souls 3 is gonna get me there, we'll see, but... yeah, this is gonna be our last hurrah, I guess. Sometimes video games are okay. Yes, sometimes they are. Indeed. So, shall we kick Hyperion's ass one last time? Hope you guys are ready. It's our last fucking fight. We're killing Daddy. Poetically speaking, we killed our son, we killed our mom. Let's kill our dad as a conclusion to this whole thing. Kind of seems fitting. All right. I must admit, I'm quite sad that this is it, right? This is it. This is the last hurrah for Returnal. I'm a bit sad. That was a fucking great journey. I would have wanted to keep playing it more. Like, if it kept giving me story, I would have played it for another month, you know? Such a great game. And who knows, $10, yeah. Does she ever wake up? We haven't seen her wake up. No, we have seen her. The last conclusion we had was her lying in a bed. in the hospital, finding a space where she was finally able to get a break from the cycle. That's how she phrased it, I believe. Let's actually let's see it again. That's the very last thing we got. She's sitting sorry, she's sitting on the bed.
I know you're here. Show me then. What do you want me to see? Is this all I get? Just an empty space where she should be. A moment of respite, at least. A break in the cycle. No pain here. This was earned.
That's it. Yeah. I don't know. I'm not sure exactly how to take it, that last moment of respite. There's other scouts around it, right? She might have been there multiple times. Maybe, yeah, I don't know. Maybe she goes to sleep, so she escapes, or maybe she's... I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, no, that's very true, Bunch, sorry. Bunch in the case. Not every story is redemption. I don't think Celine has has a lot of redeeming qualities in this story. If our theory is correct, it's a pretty dark ending too. Like she keeps escaping, right? She keeps just refusing to. Yeah. But she said it. She doesn't feel sorry, you know. Yep. All right. Time to enjoy this fight one more time. Yeah, I tried to land a good timing on the drop based on the music, and I think it was actually pretty good this time, yeah. Only took me, what, 7 tries? I don't know how many times I fought him, but... Oh my god. Come on, I got hit one more time because of... Oh, shit. Okay. This one's gonna be rough, by the way. I need to actually play it pretty well. Oh my god, this part's so fucking good! I have good protection actually, I should be okay. I just realized I'm not... I was already pretty low HP and I got hit a bunch of times and... my protection's ridiculous. Yeah, I'm just not taking damage. I didn't have the fucking cooldown. Wait, I didn't do the minigame, as someone called it once, with the... Okay, chill for a sec there. I skipped a phase. Pro gamer. Alright, Dad. You're the only person in that family I haven't killed. It's time for me to say goodbye. $10. And golden coil for the conclusion. Beautiful. There it is. Ladies and gentlemen, that was Returnal. Oh, JC, beautiful. 836 bits. Thank you. Thank you so much, man. Goodbye, Returnal. What a nice final fight to put a pin in that one. What's up, Angel? Thank you. Thank you for the A pluses. Thank you, $10 for the gift sub to London Gamer. Appreciate it, man. Thank you. Oh boy, what a month. 25 streams. I had made 25 thumbnails and I got it exactly right. Very happy about that. I'm gonna miss the game. I'm gonna miss it. Honestly. It was a very, very cool adventure. Absolutely loved it. I might, yeah, you know, part-time. I'm not right away, I think. But I know sometimes I'm gonna get called to the tower and want to go at it again, or maybe play co-op with Naz off stream, you know, do some you know, shooting the shit in the game. It's unfortunate we can't do the tower in co-op for the purpose of... But then again, I think we both prefer the main game in terms of gameplay anyway, so... A moment of silence for... Thank you, Bunch in the Case. Appreciate the sub. Thank you very much. Sharing your memory with us. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, that's it. Time to go take a nap. I guess. What an experience. I don't know where this game stands in my, you know, top whatever. I think top 10. It's probably up there. Not sure if it reaches more than that, but it was definitely a journey worth remembering for a long time. I cannot wait to look for sound effects to use in the next game. So I should be gone. This game was definitely gaming. Yeah, that much can be said about it for sure. I think I might be taking a couple days off, yeah. Before getting into the next game, which will be Life is Strange, as a transition into Dark Souls 3. So Life is Strange is probably gonna be 1 episode per day, 5 days. So that's Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. And then next Friday, I think, we should be starting Dark Souls 3, unless I decide to play the prequel right after Life is Strange. But I think it might be a thing where I want to let it rest a bit. Maybe keep the prequel for like a mid Dark Souls 3 break if I need one. I don't know. It seems like with the DLC it's going to be a pretty long adventure too. I might have needed that during Dark Souls 2. Maybe here with Dark Souls 3 it could be interesting to have a break in the middle. Yeah, JC? Nice, nice. But yeah, I think you know, stay vigilant in case I go live tomorrow. I changed my mind, but I don't think so. I think 2 days break. It's been 5 weeks since I've taken a single day break. I think taking 2 days off, get my sleep in order, enjoy some TV shows that I'm backed up on, and you know, just chill for a bit, I think might be a good idea. Yeah, Brendan, for sure, man. Have a good one, man. So yeah, I think I'll be back on Sunday with Life is Strange. That seems to be fitting very well with how we're approaching this. And then Dark Souls 3, so I'm hoping I'll see many of you there for those 2 adventures. And if I change my mind, I'll see you sooner, but I think it's gonna be good. Yeah, it's probably healthy for me to take a couple days off. Maybe I'll take the chance to go get a kebab to the fucking kebab store that's 10 minutes away that I've been craving for months and never got. Maybe that will be a good idea. Oh, actually that sounds pretty great. We'll see. At least tomorrow is probably gonna be off. Yeah. Tomorrow's gonna be off. Maybe Saturday too. We'll see. Yeah, I think I'm gonna be off on both days. Yeah. It's probably better. But anyway, let me transition. Time to say goodbye to Returnal. Returnal, you've been a good friend. Thank you for everything. I'm very sentimental when it comes to leaving games behind. Not as big as when we finished Outer Wilds, but still, you know, that was a sort of an adventure. Again, this time around. Yeah, everyone, thank you so much for the support during this month of September that ends for me today. And thank you for for the support during this Returnal playthrough. So, hope you enjoyed it. Hope I'll see many of you in the near future. I don't know what to say. I'm very bad at those conclusions sometimes. My brain's a bit, you know, I'm having mixed emotions about finishing something like this. But yeah, my usual schedule is my stream starts 19 hours from now. For Life is Strange, I was thinking maybe doing an hour less, but I actually think I'm gonna keep it up at 5. This will give us... I know the episodes are around 2-3 hours. This will give us plenty of time to, you know, take our time, talk, have conversations, and still do an episode a day. And if some shows end earlier during Life is Strange, then I'll get an easier week, which is cool too. So, yeah. My usual starting time is 7 p.m. Central European Time, 1 p.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. Pacific, 3 a.m. Melbourne, Australian Time. I should be seeing you on Sunday. I'll be off the next 2 days. That's the plan. I'm really hoping I stick with it. I need some rest. That'd be good for me. And yeah, thank you everyone for the hosts, the raids. Beautiful Tolga and Nova blessed me with their presence tonight. Thank you for the follows, the subs, the gift subs, the bits. Thank you for the lurks and the conversations. I will miss Returnal. If I only saw you here during Returnal and that was the only game you were interested, thank you for the support. If I see you again in the next adventure, thank you in advance. It's a pleasure streaming every day for you guys. Hope you guys still enjoy it. And we'll keep doing our thing, right? So I'll see you guys. I wish you guys a very good weekend. I'll see you guys on Sunday. And until then, remember me and I'll remember you. I'm gonna raid out in a minute. Stick around.